Introductions by members. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with tremendous sadness that we learned that Monsieur Jean Lambert passed away this past Saturday. C'est avec grande tristesse que nous avons appris que Monsieur Jean Lambert est décédé le samedi passé. He was a tremendous force in the Maillardville community. He engaged with so many community organizations, the Scout francophone de Maillardville, le Club des Pensionnés, les Chevaliers de Colombe, and of course his involvement with the Festival du Bois and Société francophone de Maillardville. Monsieur Lambert never missed a moment, Mr. Speaker, to push me to use my French language skills. He called me out whenever he could, whenever we were together, whether on the dance floor, dessous le grand chapiteau at Festival du Bois, or we were celebrating Christmas together at the Club Bellage. He cherished his family and his community, and he got out what he put in. He was cherished by his family and his community. He will be missed by his wife, Suzanne, his children, and his grandchildren. May his memory be for a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, on behalf of this House, I would like to wish Ramadan Mubarak to everyone observing this holy month of Ramadan. May you and your family find happiness and joy in Ramadan. Wishing you a very happy and safe Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to move 4 motions to appoint 4 special committees. Full text of these motions has been provided to the 2 other House leaders.
Members, the request for leave has been made. Those participating remotely, please have your voting cards ready. If any member is opposed to granting leave, please indicate now. Leave has been granted. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the first motion regarding the special committee to appoint an ombudsperson.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the second motion regarding the special committee to review provisions of the Election Act.
Again, members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the third motion regarding the special committee on reforming the Police Act.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the fourth motion regarding the special committee to review the Personal Information Protection Act.
Again, members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued debate throne speech.
Member for Langley East will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Picking up where we left off prior to lunch, it was an honour to share with the House some of the heroes from my riding of Langley East. These stories are even more important as we've crossed the 1-year mark since the start of the pandemic, and we're moving towards the light at the end of the tunnel as we work to put the pandemic behind us. Though people are tired, and they're feeling disillusioned, and they're feeling the effects of being disconnected. Seniors, youth, families, we miss our friends. We miss our normalcy of our routine. And these stories remind us that we will soon return to this as we cross towards the end. They also remind us, as we've seen through the pandemic, that there is a need for support and investment to ensure that those who have been most affected, often are most vulnerable in our community and in our society, are not left behind. This is why I was so thrilled to hear during the throne speech that our government is committing to ensuring that we're continuing to invest in our province and supporting the people of British Columbia in a meaningful way. When you invest in people, families, businesses, and communities, that's what creates a robust community and a robust economy that's strong and able to push forward through challenging times. Our vaccine rollout has been accelerated with over 1 million people in British Columbia having already received their first vaccine, and thousands of more are receiving their vaccine each day. Our government's top priority has and remains protecting people's health and livelihoods, and there is a significant amount of work to do, Honourable Speaker. One thing, though, that made me see how close we were actually getting was the day that they opened the second vaccine clinic in Langley. In my riding, my constituency office is up at the Langley Events Centre, and I had to stop by on a weekend to pick up some materials to head here, and I was so surprised to see so many cars in the parking lot because the rec centres, quite frankly, had been so empty through this pandemic. And it took me a moment to remember that we were going to be adding in a second vaccine clinic, and I was so excited to drive in and see so many smiling faces parked there in the parking lot. So I spent a little bit of time, socially distanced, of course, with mask, outside, saying hi to people as they came in and went out. And what really moved me was how emotional it was for so many people. They all had stories of how happy they were, how thrilled they were to have received their vaccination, and how this was going to change their lives. Many people talking about how excited they were going to be to hug their parents or their grandchildren or meet their grandchildren they hadn't met before. And it's really hard not to be moved by that, to see so many people's lives changed. And so each day, I have the pleasure not only to be the MLA of Langley East and get to go work in my office with these amazing people that I get to work with every day, but also see people come in and out each day receiving their vaccinations and often stopping by and waving and thanking our government for working so hard to push out this accelerated vaccine rollout. And those are the stories that really keep us going, these stories of hope, and we have to keep telling them. It's easy, especially on social media, to have such a focus, because we create our reality, if you think about it. We live in a bit of an echo chamber with social media. The more negative that's there, the more negative you see. And there really are amazing stories going on every day. And those stories are the stories that we need to change, make sure that they get put out. We need to change the narrative. We need to ensure that people hear the positive, because it's easy to only see the negative and to just become, so in such a negative place. And the stories of hope are ones that allow us to hang on as we move forward. And it's vital that we all work together to come back even stronger. British Columbia at the start of this pandemic was an economic leader and has remained strong through the pandemic despite such a challenging situation. A lot of our economic story right now, despite having challenges, there's much work to do, is positive. We have moved forward under the leadership of this government, ensuring that the supports that are in place help support people as we come out of a challenging time. And British Columbia is working hard, and that hard work is demonstrated each day in how well our economy is doing. But we do need to support it, because it's not a guaranteed thing. We must continue to work. Although we can see how well positioned we are for a strong economic recovery, our government's committed to improving healthcare, supporting businesses as they grow and hire new employees, and making record investments in infrastructure. Our government has remained focused through the pandemic on the things that make a difference, investing in people and businesses, communities, healthcare, providing support for renters and middle-class families and hard-hit small businesses, the backbones of our community. For so long, we as community members have turned to our small businesses to support and sponsor things like sports programs and clubs. And I know as a 4-H leader, we're often going to our small businesses to support awards for our 4-H members through scholarships. It's time for us as a community to ensure that we're supporting those small businesses with our, for instance, our Buy Local program. That's a great opportunity to go out and ensure that you're supporting businesses in your community and giving back to them. If we support our small businesses as we're moving through this pandemic, our small businesses will remember that and continue to support us as they did before. Speaking of that, I wanted to take an opportunity to speak a little bit about the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce under the leadership of Executive Director Colleen Clark and the incredible Board of Directors. Our Chamber of Commerce really has been so supportive to our businesses and such a leader in our community through this pandemic, providing opportunities for our small businesses to receive the information they need to persist and move forward through the pandemic, but also come out stronger. And organizations like the Chamber of Commerce really are such a vital part of our communities. They do so much, and although they haven't been able to enjoy gathering together as we usually do, they've hosted a series of really fantastic virtual dinners, and myself recently I had the opportunity to have a morning coffee with business leaders in our community through the Chamber and answer questions that are at the forefront of small businesses. So I'd like to thank the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce for all of the support that they've provided as an MLA. The ability to call on the Chamber to get information out in a timely way to small businesses is something that has been so important, and I'd like to thank them for continuing to provide that and to take such a leadership role through the pandemic. So our government has remained focused through this pandemic, as I said, on things that make a difference. And I'm really proud to be part of a government that has delivered more direct help to people through the pandemic than any other province in Canada. And I grew up in Ontario, Honourable Speaker, and I quite often speak to people in Ontario, and what I hear on a regular basis is how impressed people in other provinces are with how British Columbia has fared through such difficult times and the support that our government has provided. We really are seen as a leader throughout Canada, and a government that's taken a very balanced approach to navigating the challenges that a pandemic have created. And I'm really thrilled to see that the throne speech has identified a continued commitment of targeted investments to ensure that British Columbia's recovery does not leave people behind. Because although we have, and we've heard this a few times today, have all been affected by the pandemic, that has not been equally felt. Some groups have been much harder hit, unfortunately, from the effect of the pandemic, and we need to be mindful as we create these supports moving through the pandemic to ensure that those that are most vulnerable, those that are most likely to be left behind, are supported. And our local communities really have been on the front lines of COVID-19. The pandemic has been such a challenge for local governments. Our government through the pandemic has worked really hard to ensure that local governments could continue providing services. And we saw this in Langley East with a recent announcement for support for the Langley Centennial Museum, which received a resiliency grant of $58,000, something that really makes a difference for those that work and live in our community. We also have seen, and I'm thrilled to see that we'll be continuing, a focus on infrastructure for local communities, which creates economic opportunities and great paying jobs. And we had the opportunity to see this in Langley East with a $700,000 funding announcement for a new Indigenous tourism and conference centre called the Salation Place by the River. These investments keep communities like Langley East moving forward. And they're all the more important during this pandemic. So we're also in Langley East looking forward to other significant investments with SkyTrain and the widening of Highway 1 through Langley and beyond. Langley East is a really interesting place. It is one of the fastest growing municipalities in British Columbia, and we will be benefiting from these new infrastructure investments for sure. So speaking of infrastructure investments, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, along with my colleague and friend, MLA for Langley, Andrew Mercier, to announce the substantial completion of Langley Memorial Hospital's new emergency room. These are investments that make a significant difference in the lives of people who are living in Langley East. It was a much-needed, long-awaited expansion. But our community and the surrounding communities will benefit from this. And I'd like to quickly, though, acknowledge the important role that the Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation plays in these infrastructure projects. Under the leadership of Heather Scott and the rest of their fantastic board, they really have played a major role in seeing this come to fruition. The foundation, Hospital Board Foundation, does so much in our community, and I know they haven't been able to enjoy the usual galas and the usual events that they have for fundraising, But our community stepped up once again. Langley is a very generous community, a community that comes together and rallies when things are difficult. And the foundation's worked hard to look for unique ways to raise much needed funds. And I know they're looking forward to the end of the pandemic so that we can come together once again at some of the fantastic events that they host. They are much missed in our community. And in continuation, talking about community is not just the big things. The hospital announcements, the SkyTrain, the freeway, those are integral parts of our community, but our government is committed to and has shown significant support in our community for things like the Fort Langley Jazz and Arts Festival. Those are community events that really bring young and old alike together, and an event that has had to change and pivot during the pandemic and is working hard to provide music in a meaningful way during such challenging times. We recently received a resiliency grant for $2,000 from our government and another $5,000 to support the 2021 festival. And I know our community is looking forward to hosting them once again, along with the Fort Gallery, which is looking forward to offering their events too, and received also some grants for resiliency funding. These types of investments really touch the core of a community. These are the people, the volunteers, the people that come together to create meaningful experiences for people. And you remember, especially as youth, when you're going on field trips or attending an event around a special holiday. You remember these, and those supports mean a lot to those organizations. And I know our community is grateful for the government's recognition of that. Further, talking about community, one community that I know has been disproportionately affected through this pandemic has been our faith community. And our faith community in Langley East is very strong and very generous and very charitable. And early on when I was elected, I made a commitment to meet with as many faith leaders as I could throughout our community, because I knew that the COVID pandemic had really affected the ability for people to gather and to come together, which means so much. And I spoke to them about the challenges and the support that they've offered us in ensuring that people stay safe. And I want to thank the faith community for stepping up and coming forward with solutions while still offering meaningful ways for people in our community to connect. It's so important, and especially when we think about how much hope means right now, the ability for people of faith to come together is so vital. And I do want to thank the leaders who have been so patient and so kind and have been so innovative in providing those supports for people, because our community needs them. So BC businesses really have been hit hard by this pandemic, and one of the things that our government has been so supportive of is helping our businesses adapt so that they can grow and hire, so that we can come out stronger and more resilient on the other side. So small businesses have had to make so many tough decisions through these times, closing or reducing services in order to protect workers and customers. These are not easy decisions, especially our small businesses, who, as I mentioned earlier, are those that often support us through events in our community. So one of the things that I was thrilled about was to see the continuation of support to ensure that our businesses are strong through this. And our government had to make some important choices early on to support people, like cutting property taxes and prohibiting commercial evictions and forgiving hydro bills, introducing tax incentives for businesses to hire workers and make new investments. So in the year ahead, I'm really excited to see how these supports announced in the throne speech will benefit businesses which have been hardest hit by this pandemic. Investing in affordable housing and childcare is another important part of our economy, often one that we don't have a lot of time to talk about when we think about economic constructs. Ensuring that families have affordable childcare. So we had a recent announcement in Langley, which was so very exciting, of 140 new childcare spaces, which was part of the province's ongoing commitment to increasing childcare through the pandemic and beyond. And also that early childhood educators in Langley received almost $2 million in wage enhancements. These are real important investments that are measurable, that make the lives of families more affordable, and easier to navigate already challenging situations. The thoughts of having to find childcare while you're an essential worker in the middle of an already stressful pandemic. That's why these investments matter. I know as a parent myself, the ability to find childcare is so important. So the throne speech identified a series of targeted investments, and as I listened, I was excited to see how these will contribute to a stronger British Columbia and a stronger Langley East as we emerge from these most challenging times, building resiliency as we move out of this, like improved healthcare, fixing the cracks that existed in long-term care. COVID-19 really exposed these, and reducing surgery wait times, and building more hospitals and urgent primary care, and ensuring that life's more affordable with ICBC rates being cut by 20%. As a parent of a new driver, I can't express how excited I am about that. Looking at expanding access to $10 a day childcare and supporting businesses with grants and allowing them to pivot and build online stores and look at how they can diversify their business. In the BC's Strategic Investment Fund, which is going to help promising BC firms scale up and keep jobs right here in British Columbia, and build more inclusive communities, something that really, unfortunately, the pandemic shone a light on how important these investments were. That's why when our community received a nearly $5,000 funding for the Langley Community Services Society, which will work on improving connections and pathways of communications for those that are marginalized or face cultural barriers, or the funding that came out to the Lower Fraser Valley Aboriginal Society for the FAIR Project, an organization that does so much to build inclusivity in our community. These announcements throughout British Columbia will make our world a more tolerant and safe place for people. We saw how affected groups are through this pandemic, and it's something that we really need to focus on as we move forward, and I'm thrilled that the throne speech has shone a light on this. So as we enter this new season, I would also like to highlight our government's commitment to agriculture and agri-tech. With the new Agri-Tech Concierge program and several investments and supports for agriculture, such as clean tech funding and innovation support, and programs like Buy BC and Feed BC, this is wonderful news for my riding, which has a vibrant, growing urban core, but also has a strong agricultural foundation, with approximately 80% of Langley Township's land being part of the ALR. The investments provide opportunities for what are primarily family businesses, and most farms are. They're small businesses, they're family businesses, and these investments are wise as they are moving towards making BC more food secure, and these are welcome in my riding. They also are vital to farms who 365 days a year provide food for us, and support for them is essential for continued growth in our agricultural sector and is a wise investment in our economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I see my time is nearing the end, we have been and are continuing to face some of the most challenging times of any recent generation. As people, families, and organizations rally on this final stretch, I would like to thank our first responders, our frontline workers who have been there every day, who have kept our community moving forward, and all of those who have ensured that our community has remained kind and open to serve people when needed. I'd also like to thank our students, especially our grade 12s, for all you have sacrificed, and while doing so, you've remained caring and understanding and committed to helping us move forward as we near the end of these most challenging times. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to speak today in support of this throne speech, and to talk about how it has affected my riding, the government's work, and how excited our riding is to see these investments as we work to put this pandemic behind us. So with that, Mr. Speaker, as I'm nearly at the end of my time, I will take my seat now, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today in this House.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to respond to the speech from the throne for the second session of the 42nd Parliament, and I'd like to acknowledge that I'm speaking on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and the Songhees First Nations. I'd like to begin by also acknowledging the incredible acts of support, resilience, and sacrifice by British Columbians throughout this past year, and to extend my sincere gratitude to all frontline and essential workers for everything they continue to do, and to all of the staff who are doing their part to continue with our vital vaccine rollout. Every British Columbian has made sacrifices in one way or another to protect our communities, and some has sacrificed more than others. We'll always remember the lives lost over the past year and the pain of those that have been separated from their loved ones that will persist for years to come. British Columbians continue to do their part at a tremendous economic and emotional cost to both themselves, and they are looking to government to ensure their sacrifices are not in vain. Government has a responsibility to be a leader and guide our province through this pandemic and into our economic recovery. And British Columbians were eager to see this clarity and leadership in this year's speech from the throne. Instead, they were offered a throne speech devoid of any clear plan to help people recover, a speech that was instead filled with aspirational slogans and empty promises. Now let's remember, this is now a second-term government. This is a government that sent British Columbians to the polls in the middle of the second wave of the pandemic because the Premier chose to put his own political self-interest ahead of the health and well-being of British Columbians. And although this government was given a second term by British Columbians, we are now seeing the unfortunate consequences of that choice. This government's unnecessary election stalled our province's pandemic response and recovery. Vital supports and crucial actions were delayed, and after going through all of that, this is the plan the government now has come up with. There's no mention of support for people and businesses as the third wave of the pandemic continues to crest. There's no mention of eliminating Surrey portables, no mention of the $400 renter's rebate, or the province promise of 114,000 new homes. Commitments that were first made to British Columbians 4 years ago, but yet remain unfulfilled. There was no mention of the strata insurance crisis, which continues to devastate people across our province. There was no real plan for the environment or for addressing the 25% of emission reductions that are not included in the Clean BC plan. There was no plan for women, no plan for youth. By now, it's well known that women and youth continue to be disproportionately affected by the pandemic. But the only reference to women in yesterday's speech was a single line acknowledging this troubling reality. Likewise, there was only one throwaway line mentioning youth, but zero substance. And as for the promises that were made, most were not new promises, but rather unfulfilled promises that have been recycled after 4 years and 2 terms of this administration. This government's throne speech ran on a message that the finish line is in sight, that it has taken steps to put the pandemic behind us. But this is not the case for millions of British Columbians who continue to struggle every day, for the thousands of small businesses struggling to survive, who will likely feel the economic impact of this pandemic for years to come. We are deep now into the third wave of the pandemic. COVID cases continue to surge. A record number of British Columbians are in ICU. Thousands of businesses are risking permanent closure. And 53% of British Columbians are $200 or less away from not being able to make their monthly bills. British Columbians are turning to this government for the support they need to endure the challenges they face, and this government's continued messaging of trust us just doesn't cut it anymore. The government has proven repeatedly that they cannot deliver on the province's promises they outline in their throne speeches, and as a government delivers another set of hollow promises amidst the greatest crisis of recent times, there is no indication that this is going to change. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are many examples of yet unmet promises of this government, and it is part of the role of the official opposition to highlight the failings of current government, to hold government to account, and to identify unintended consequences of poorly thought policies, and to provide the counter-narrative of government that is communicated through GCPE, using the tens of millions of dollars of public funds to promote the initiatives of government. Now, Mr. Speaker, There's been a lot of conversation around the term of affordability and how that affects British Columbians. And what we do know is that the average family is struggling more now under this current administration than it has ever been. Increased new taxation, 23 new or increased taxation policies have come through in the last number of years under this current government. And I'll list them for you, because it is an extensive list. Employer health tax, Victoria gas tax, Vancouver gas tax, Airbnb tax, luxury vehicle tax, tobacco tax, property transfer tax surcharge, foreign buyers tax, additional school taxes, speculation tax, photo radar, carbon tax, parking sales tax, development cost charges for TransLink, property taxes, cannabis tax, income tax, corporate tax increases, ICBC enlisted driver premium, BC Hydro Crisis Fund, pre-trip ride-sharing fees, personal tax increases, and the tax on soft drinks and Netflix. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of these increased taxes do not help the average British Columbian family with meeting the affordability challenges. These increased taxes have accumulated to the point it's increased the average taxation of the average home in British Columbia by $3,000. That's a significant amount of money that is taken away from families' own ability to meet their own financial needs. An MMP survey has recently stated that 53%, over half of all British Columbians, are less than $200 away from insolvency. And this is extremely much more worse than in the United States, where 4 out of 10 individuals are indicating that they're $1,000 away. So just think about that. Over half of British Columbians are less than $200 away from insolvency. And this government, this administration, spoke about improving affordability for British Columbians. Nothing could be further from the truth. Now, in addition to that, there's the $300 has been clawed back in income and disability assistance. And this was after months of advocacy that the government is now only giving back $165. And this is despite the recommendations of their own, government's own basic income panel. There's been no reference to the $10 a day childcare and the failure to deliver the promised 24,000 new childcare spaces. Instead, we understand only 2,500, less than 1/10 of affordable spaces have actually been opened and are funded and running to date. And there's been extreme failure to address the opioid crisis, which continues to get worse under this current government. And this government has been responsible for this file for 4 out of the last 5 years since the health emergency was actually identified. 1,800 British Columbians, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, 1,800. A doubling of opioid deaths within the last year. And we will hear members opposite and government members blame it all on COVID. Well, COVID seems to be the panacea, the one crisis that we are suffering and challenged with. But they look to it for the reason and excuse for all of the failings of our current government. But, Mr. Speaker, that clearly is not good enough. More needs to be done. In February of 2021, BC saw an average of 5.5 deaths per day. Again, a doubling of deaths since last year. Now, for many British Columbians, the past year has been the most challenging and difficult, especially for youth in our province. An ongoing study for the BC Children's Hospital has found that 2/3 of children and youth in BC could be suffering some form of mental health challenge due to the pandemic. And that's a troubling 30 to 35% increase from pre-pandemic levels. In May of 2020, BC's representative Children and Youth confirmed that there were more than 2,500 youth in BC on wait lists 2,500 children on wait lists for services, and children and youth trying to get their first visit to obtain clinical or psychiatric mental health services face an average wait time of almost 55 days, nearly 2 months. That is absolutely unacceptable. Could you imagine showing up at a hospital with your child with a broken leg and being turned away and said, come back in 55 days? Government is not putting the priority around mental health challenges and supports for our youth as they are for other forms of health care in our province, and things need to change. 50% of all British Columbians will face some form of mental health challenge by the time they reach the age of 40. It is certainly time for this government to show more leadership on this file and do more to decrease the wait times that many children are waiting for that very important first visit with psychiatric services in our province. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the other challenges that many families are facing on the affordability front is the availability of housing. Now, this government made bold promises to British Columbians back in 2017. They committed to building 114,000 new units of affordable housing in the province over a 10-year period. That's 11,400 units per year. And what is the record of this current government? According to the latest BC Housing Quarterly Progress Report, only 3,246 homes have been built by this government in the last 4 years. 3,246 of a promised 114,000. We've also seen significant delays with the Patolo Bridge replacement, now being pushed out a further year. No reference to the second Surrey Hospital. And of course, the failure to eliminate the Surrey portable challenges. Burdened farmers with red tape and agricultural land restrictions have been found it more increasingly difficult to build homes on their property, either for extended family members or for those that are helping them in their businesses. I've had a number of young farming families come to visit my office over the last 4 years, absolutely outraged at the challenges that they are seeing under this government's administration with respect to secondary homes on farming properties. Now, Mr. Speaker, the list of challenges are ongoing. With respect to COVID recovery and the vaccine rollout, we are now over 13 months since COVID actually arrived at our doorsteps. 13 months. And I appreciate in the early days there was much to be done. But I would have thought that a competent government would have immediately been turning their minds 13 months ago to the work that needs to be done. We knew that vaccine rollouts would happen in British Columbia at some point in time. It's not something that was a surprise when the vaccines started arriving from Ottawa. 13 months ago, government knew that there would be a challenge with trying to vaccinate British Columbians, over 5 million of us. And yet it seems, and certainly is apparent by the lack of performance on the initial rollout, that things were left to the last minute. And the bungling of the initial rollout has been well reported in the media. And it's come of great concern to many families that were waiting for that all-important, life-saving vaccination. Government's been highly criticized for the lack of transparency and accountability in COVID data and reporting, which has left significant gaps in BC's COVID data. The lack of fiscal transparency throughout the pandemic, the lack of fiscal updates, the challenge with the release of the budget, which is now a full 2 months delayed, and of course, the challenge we had with Bill 10 last December, where basically government was looking for a blank check for $12 billion, referring and relating back to a budget that, in the Premier's own words, indicated that was no longer valid or current under the COVID situation. Mr. Speaker, the lost legislation that was lost last fall due to the snap election, again, the unnecessary and risky snap election that took away from 9 weeks of legislative time. If government was truly looking out for the best interests of British Columbians, the last thing you'd be doing is calling a risky election in the middle of a pandemic. I believe British Columbians should demand more from their elected leaders, and the snap election call is the worst of politics. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we look to the failed business supports, there's been a lot of commentary from government about British Columbia having some of the highest supports for businesses and individuals. And it's interesting, when we're talking about business supports, British Columbia is not leading Canada in the amount of supports provided for our family-supporting job creators here in our province. When you look at spending supports, British Columbia, these are Stats Canada numbers recently put out, spending supports by governments across Canada, British Columbia, $196 per capita. Alberta, $485. Saskatchewan, $454. Ontario, $507. The supports that BC is providing in direct spending supports to businesses is over 60% lower than that's provided in the province of Ontario. The COVID Restart program, it was the Premier, our current Premier, who appointed himself as chair of the Economic Recovery Task Force. And for over 8 months, they sat dithering, trying to figure out how they were going to actually provide funding supports to businesses. And lo and behold, 4 days before he called an unnecessary and risky snap election, they announced the COVID Restart program. And the Premier told British Columbians that there would be no delays. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that that is absolutely false. Of the $345 million that were allocated to the small and medium-sized business recovery grant that was approved over a year ago, only $100 million, less than a third, has been distributed so far. Businesses need supports. Businesses are struggling, they're failing, they're looking for that lifeline. The funding that was approved by all members of this legislature in unprecedented fashion last March for a $5 billion COVID recovery program, those funds were approved with the intention that government would actually do their part to provide those funds and put them out directly into the hands of individuals and businesses that were struggling. And here we are, 13 months after the $5 billion COVID recovery fund was approved by all members of this legislature, we see only $100 million of a $345 million program actually out the door. Those supports do not help anybody when they're sitting in the government's bank accounts. Those funds need to flow into the economy, and the sooner that those funds can be expedited and put in the hands of those necessary businesses that are struggling to keep the lights on and keep their employees engaged and working, it just can't happen fast enough. As we've heard this week, there's no new money for struggling restaurant industry under these new restrictions, other than reworking the botched business program. The $50 million circuit breaker relief grant is using old money, money that was already targeted towards businesses. There's no new additional funds. Government's own failing of getting those necessary supports into the hands of businesses, that's where they've actually looked to try and fix their problem, their challenge with getting those dollars into the hands of businesses. And they're now pulling $50 million away from a program that was previously announced. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are so many challenges that we have in our province right now. But one of the most important ones, from a business perspective, is what does government do to provide the necessary support so that businesses can remain competitive in our province? Rather than provide supports or initiatives to actually enhance the opportunities for business owners in British Columbia, we have seen just a further increase in taxation. The most egregious was government's failure to meet their own election commitment, which was to eliminate medical services plan premiums. And we know that they did not eliminate them. They simply replaced them with a new employer health tax that put an additional $1.9 billion of new taxation right on the hands of businesses. This is a tax that does not exist in the neighboring jurisdiction of Alberta. Corporate taxes have increased under this administration. The corporate tax in BC is now 50% higher than our neighboring jurisdiction of Alberta. 50%. Alberta, it is 8. British Columbia, it is now 12. In order for businesses to be able to recover from this economic challenge, largely brought on by COVID, we need to be providing those necessary supports. We need to be supporting business, making sure that they're going to remain competitive. But that is exactly the opposite direction that this current administration is going, saddling businesses with increasing amounts of additional taxation, an increasing amount of red tape, taking away from the opportunity for British Columbians to thrive. Now, Mr. Speaker, we just saw a report out in the newspaper today by Vaughn Palmer. And the title is, "By now, the NDP hoped the pandemic would be over." It's not, but they're turning that page anyway. In the article, Vaughn Palmer notes and highlights the fact that government is looking, and has advanced this in the throne speech, introducing legislation to support the operations of NBC Investment Corporation. This is a new strategic fund helping promising BC companies scale up, keeping jobs and investment at home in BC. And it's a great program, but it's a little bit late. The funding for this program was actually approved in this legislature over 13 months ago. 13 months ago. And I'll go on, a quote, "NBC was announced last September as one of the planks of the NDP re-election platform." Well, that's interesting. I thought that we approved the $5 billion COVID recovery program to help British Columbia get through the pandemic. But the NDP conveniently decided to pull $500 million away instead of providing those funds to help businesses, to help individuals recover and get through COVID in this province. They squirreled it away to only then announce it as part of their snap election platform. Goes on to quote, "The promise included $500 million in financing drawn from economic recovery funding, voted unanimously by the legislature in March of 2020. Is this a government that's actually looking out for the best interests of British Columbians? Or is this a government that's always looking for that political opportunity? Funding that was made available to help individuals and struggling businesses, the current government is playing politics with it. And holding that money back, making it announce as part of their election platform plank. And here we are, 13 months later, and there's still no signs of the program, no details, no opportunities for make application. There the money sits. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's many programs and services that I think are in need of highlighting. One specifically is the Community Benefits Program. I've been recently appointed as a critic for Labour, and the Community Benefit Program largely cuts out 85% of the construction workforce in this province, and it comes at a significant cost. I was very proud in 2015 to announce 2.5 kilometers of four-laning on a project called Illecillewaet, 46 kilometers east of Revelstoke. 2.5 kilometers of four-laning, initial budget $35 million, federal contribution $15.5 million, $19.5 million from the province. Well, I certainly appreciate that 2015 was many years ago. However, this was the first CBA program that was announced by this government on that particular project. The project was scaled down from 2.5 kilometers to just 2.1 kilometers, and it was put out with their new budget, get this, of $62.9 million. went from 35 million to 62.9. There was such a lack of interest in bidding on that project, the final bid number came at $85.2 million, a $50 million lift. $35 million project now costing $85.2 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's a 257% increase, and yet the scope of the project was reduced from 2.5 to 2.1 kilometers. 50 million. Why? Because this current government chose to only allow workers on these projects if they were members of one of their 19 hand-picked unions. Mr. Speaker, it's egregious. $50 million could employ 1,000 people at $100,000 a year for a 6-month contract. Or 500 jobs could be created for a full year at $100,000 a year. But the decisions and choice of this government has squirreled the money away, certainly not to the benefit of the average British Columbia family. Now, Mr. Speaker, an increasing number of British Columbians are simply fed up with more than just the empty promises, the bungling, and the incompetence this government has shown over the past 4 years. They're fed up with the deception and the lack of transparency and accountability. And rather than take ownership for their inherent failures to British Columbians, this government has blamed everything and everyone but themselves throughout their administration. Even now, the fact we are debating this throne speech in April and the fact we are still waiting on a budget that has been delayed for 2 months is a testament to the disorganization and the incompetence that this government has shown throughout its pandemic response and its 2 terms now in government. What's worse, government has used their time in office to slowly strip away many of the checks and balances that keep a government and their finances open and transparent to the public. As we saw in Bill 10, when government wrote themselves a blank check for $12 billion, without a budget, without quarterly updates, or any updated fiscal picture of the government's financial position. Undoubtedly, government ministers and MLAs will stand in this House and attest that these delays and sleight-of-hand fiscal actions were all because of the pandemic. I doubt any of them will acknowledge that the budget and many of the supports that British Columbians are depending on to survive the pandemic were delayed because of their self-serving and risky election call. The pandemic has brought some unprecedented challenges, but claiming this government has delayed the fiscal budget for 2 months because of the pandemic alone is simply untrue. Just like a second-term government blaming the previous government for their inherent failures, these excuses only go so far. There comes a point when British Columbians expect their government to take ownership for their own mistakes and failings, and that time is now. British Columbians have made their position clear, and they are looking for actions, not excuses. British Columbians need a government that will offer them the necessary supports to keep their businesses open, their families safe, and their communities thriving. British Columbians need a government that will ensure a safe and efficient rollout of the vaccine, free of the disorganization and the bungling that we have seen in this government's initial rollout. And most of all, British Columbians need a government that can actually meet its promises to British Columbians, a government that delivers a clear, concise, and attainable plan for our families, businesses, and communities that will lead British Columbia out of the pandemic and into a strong economic recovery so that we can build a province that generations to come can be proud to call home. I really hope government will move away from the secrecy, away from choosing to keep British Columbians in the dark, and move forward with the openness, transparency, and accountability the hard-working men and women of British Columbia and their families most definitely are deserving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver False Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time responding to a throne speech, and I do so recognizing that none of us get here on our own. Being the elected representative of the people of Vancouver False Creek is an enormous privilege and an honor. And I thank first and foremost the voters of my riding for allowing me this right and this duty. I must also thank a number of others, including my partner Bijan, my family, my mom, Sam, Zach, and Esme, my kids, and my many friends and cousins who pitched in from all over the province to work on my campaign. I too must thank both my nomination teams and my campaign team. Taking an inexperienced candidate over the finish line is no small task, particularly when running against a prior mayor, leadership candidate, and undefeated politician of 27 years, Sam Sullivan. I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Sullivan for his long and dedicated service to the people of this wonderful community that we share. While we may differ in our approach to solving the issues our constituents face, Sam's devotion to his beloved Vancouver is indisputable. And what a riding it is. Vancouver Falls Creek is a collection of urban communities all banded together around the creek itself, which is actually, of course, an inlet of the Pacific Ocean of the Salish Sea. The seawall that encircles the inlet, Falls Creek, is a ribbon of activity that I walk every morning, sharing it with runners, fellow dog walkers, skateboarders, electric scooters, elderly folks with walkers, rollerbladers, wheelchair athletes, cyclists, and pretty much literally everything in between. I often count how many languages I hear on my 1 hour walk, and this morning it was 7. The riding includes East Gippsland, from Arbutus Street to the Kitts Point area. And this includes Bardon Beach, the McMillan Space Center, the Maritime Museum, the Vancouver Museum, Vanier Park, the Kitts Point Outdoor Swimming Pool, Kitsilano Showboat, where you can see folks dancing, and of course, Kitts Beach. And a new development is coming to the area. The Squamish Nation were removed from their historic lands in the early 1900s, and now, about a century later, are planning a cutting-edge development on their traditional territory on the south side of Burrard Bridge. The name Sanok represents the start of something beautiful: respect for nature, for Indigenous peoples, for healing, and a new path forward. This 10.5 acre, 4 million square foot property will be home to more than 6,000 rental units. It will also be the largest net zero carbon residential project in Canada and the largest First Nations economic development project in Canadian history. It will feature Coast Salish architecture and design and create numerous jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities for the Squamish Nation membership in design, in construction, and in operations. The riding also includes Granville Island. Granville Island is one of the few remaining industrial sites in the riding, but it's also, of course, one of the top tourism destinations in the province. Home to more than just wonderful local food, it's also the home to BC's first microbrewery and many excellent restaurants. It's home to much of our arts sector, including the new site of the Arts Umbrella, the Arts Council of BC, Arts Club Theatre, Bacco del Lupo, Carousel Theatre for Youth, Ruby Slipper Productions, the Fringe Festival, Vancouver Theatre Sports, and more. There are also many, many craftspeople who work on the island, and it's home to both the Craft Council of BC and the Federation of Canadian Artists. And when the pandemic caused the closure of theatres, this government stepped up to provide support through the BC Arts Council as part of Stronger BC. The community of South Falls Creek is an amazing community that's somewhat less well known than its glittery sibling on the north side of the creek. South Falls Creek is one of Vancouver's pioneering waterfront communities. It's a highly livable, walkable, inner city neighborhood with a unique mix of land uses, housing types, and tenures, transportation options, urban character, and amenities. The City of Vancouver, through its Property Endowment Fund, owns 80% of the land in Vancouver Falls Creek South. The rest is owned by other levels of government, the Squamish First Nation, or private owners. And when the neighborhood was first built in the 1970s and 80s, much of the city-owned land was leased to tenants via a 50 or 60-year ground lease. And most of these leases expire between 2036 and 2046. Considered a model of livability, this community received worldwide recognition in the 1970s for its progressive design, focused really on mixed income, housing, and livability. Home to multiple co-ops, including a floating co-op, it also includes a seniors' home and affordable housing. The community was developed as a solution to the flight of middle-class families out of the city and into the suburbs. And it proved that densified urban living can be affordable and viable. The community is now at risk due to long-term leases with the City of Vancouver coming up to expiry. And the debate on the future of the community is ongoing. In my view, we need more mixed income communities like Vancouver Falls Creek, not less. Olympic Village is a beautiful neighbor to South Falls Creek, and it too contains a successful overprescribed co-op amidst high rises. Featuring the beautiful Creekside Community Center, the BMO stage, and many restaurants and a brewery, the once industrial area is a thriving community. Although one that it's missing an important ingredient to livability, an elementary school. I remain committed to ensure this community's needs are met and that school will come to fruition on my watch. This government is pushing money out the door to support education and healthcare priorities of British Columbians. In addition to the many theatre attractions in Kitts Point and Granville Island, the riding is also home to Science World, a world-class science education center that serves not only those people who attend here in person, but through their educational roadshows, which I've had the pleasure to be a part of, throughout the province. Numerous sports facilities and teams make their homes in the riding. Rogers Arena and BC Place dominate the landscape, and we all look forward to the rejoicing in person as our beloved Canucks and BC Lions invite us back to witness their triumphs in person. Crosstown and part of Chinatown and the downtown east side are part of the riding and are home to some of the most historic communities in Vancouver. And the people who came here to BC to build infrastructure and businesses made these communities home. The Chinese, Japanese, and Black communities have held long ties that have persevered despite all odds, and the societies that thought to preserve these legacies continue their important work and do so with our support. Gastown has seen its share of ups and downs over the years. As an aside, my great-great-grandfather and great-great-uncle founded Charles Henry Cates and Sons Tucking Company there in 1887, having lost their first business the year prior to the Great Fire. A raucous, rough frontier town, Gastown was home to many saloons, skid row, and businesses which stocked the ships coming into harbor. It was home also to the post office riot of 1929, the hippie riots of 1971, and Gastown has long been home to counterculture. Many years later, it's now home to a fashion district, multiple eateries, and a mixed income community. The pandemic has hit this area hard, and much of downtown hard. The development of the viaduct and the new St. Paul's Hospital and Health campus, while just outside of the riding, will serve the residents of Vancouver Falls Creek and the province well. Innovations in healthcare, research, and teaching will address the future health needs of patients, families, and the community. And I'm very proud that this government has driven forward the building and development of this health campus. We've also invested in urgent care clinics, one of which is in the riding and has been a crucial actor in timely COVID-19 testing. In March of this year, I moved from Kitts Point to Yaletown, and I can't tell you how lucky I feel to be able to live and rent in this beautiful area. I get up each morning and walk my giant goofy dog along the seawall down to one of the off-leash parks, noting the seals and waterfowl activity along the way. Yaletown's a complex community with some of the most expensive real estate in Vancouver and thus the world, as well as being home to some of the most vulnerable Vancouverites. Within the same block, you can look up at a $20 million condo while also witnessing the suffering the opioid crisis is inflicting upon many of my neighbors. The whole spectrum of life is present in Yaletown, striving to live side by side. These challenges are related to to many compounding factors, including homelessness crisis, the opioid crisis, and mental health challenges that people face. And the opioid crisis has torn apart this community. The pandemic has brought a disruption in the supply chain of illicit drugs. And the supply chain is dramatically more toxic than it was a year ago. The crisis is devastating. Hundreds and hundreds have been lost. It's a national emergency, and BC remains the only jurisdiction to create a standalone mental health and addictions ministry. And we're delivering. We've created more evidence-based treatment beds, more than 100 new additional beds for adults, and we've doubled youth treatment beds. We've enabled registered nurses to prescribe addictions treatment medications and advance pharmaceutical alternatives to separate people from toxic drugs. We've invested in ACT teams, including in Vancouver False Creek, and have created access to low or no cost counseling. We've added 19 Foundry youth centers and much more. But we know that even this is not enough and that there's more to do. I'm a huge fan of the speculation tax. It's brought literally thousands of homes online in British Columbia, many of which are in Vancouver False Creek. Affordable housing remains a huge issue in the riding, but we're making headway, and our government's commitment to creating housing solutions that work for people remains steadfast. But I want to talk about business. Much of the business community driving our province forward is located in this riding. There are a huge range of sectors in the riding. But of course, I want to highlight the tech sector, having worked in software for 2 decades. There are thousands of tech workers in this riding. Engineers, computer scientists, folks doing data analytics, back-end developers, digital artists, project managers, producers, accountants, business people, and so on. And especially during Creative Industries Week, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about some of the incredible creative industry work being done behind these closed doors as you walk through our business district. Most of us have been to Pacific Centre, usually a shopping hub. But did you know that above Nordstrom's is Sony Imageworks, creating incredible animated movies, including the 2019 Oscar winner, it also won the Golden Globe and the BAFTA, for Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, featuring a Black Spanish-speaking teen protagonist. The renowned video game franchise Gears of War by Microsoft is being built here in Yaletown. Next door to that is Animal Logic, building the wildly successful Lego movies. And throughout the riding, there are hundreds of video game studios, animation houses, visual effects studios, including, notably, LucasArts Industrial Lights and Magic, the creator of the Star Wars franchise, right in our own Gastown location. But really, all of BC's major industries are represented in the riding. Mining, forestry, tourism, hospitality, arts and culture, sports, technology, and more. It's all here. And this is why I so strongly support this throne speech and the work of this government, because this government does support people in my riding and it supports businesses. And as a small business person myself, this deeply matters to me. The member from Shuswap who spoke just before me may want to read an interesting article written by senior economist Mark Lee in Policy Notes. In comparing BC to other provinces, including Alberta and Ontario, he states, across the board, BC is leading the nation with its economic response to COVID-19. There are still gaps in coverage, which we hope will be addressed in the weeks ahead, but BC's additions to income and housing supports are cushioning the blow of COVID-19 recession, and numerous smaller measures have been advanced to help specific groups. Other provinces should consider developing a more robust package along the lines of BC's. BC has provided more business support than any other jurisdiction, and this is important to my riding. We created the small and medium business grant, and when the business community told us that it needed a few tweaks, the minister pivoted the program, extended it, and was responsive to the needs of our business community. We heard loud and clear from the tourism sector that they had been particularly impacted, and they, as a result, are entitled to a top-up unique only to that sector. We listened to the business sector and lowered the requirement for the amount of time businesses had to be in operation from 3 years to 18 months. We changed the program to include providing $2,000 to a qualified professional service provider to help create the recovery plan. When the pandemic caused the closing of restaurants, the minister and his team created a new program to assist 14,000 businesses in 1 week. In 1 week. And while there is no doubt the pandemic is causing harm, this harm is being mitigated by a government committed to putting people first, to supporting businesses and communities, and ensuring that we will build back stronger by creating the conditions for a strong economic recovery. And this matters to the businesses in my riding. Early on, we cut property taxes, prohibited commercial evictions, and forgave hydro bills. We introduced tax incentives for businesses to hire workers and make new investments. We've made record investments in infrastructure that will help support a resilient economy by putting people to work and helping businesses get goods to market. We've provided support for small and medium-sized businesses, taking into account the needs of specific sectors like the tourism sector and the restaurant industry. We've continued the creation of more affordable housing solutions, and we know that this is a factor for people looking to hire workers. We're investing in childcare, providing solutions to parents who want to stay in the workforce. We've supported businesses with grants to help them build online stores, and we've announced the $500 million in BC Strategic Investment Fund to help promising BC businesses scale and hire in BC. And this is something I'm so excited about. Our government's top priority remains protecting people's health and livelihoods as we accelerate BC's vaccine rollout. Over 1 million people have been vaccinated and thousands more are getting it every day. Our commitment to the people of this province is the reason that I was elected to represent this spectacular riding. And this throne speech sets the agenda going forward, and I'm very proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise in the House today and respond to the speech from the throne meant to lay out the goals and priorities of this government as we move through the spring legislative session and into the future. I'd like to thank the Lieutenant Governor for her role in our Parliament and wish Her Royal Majesty Queen Elizabeth condolences on the loss of her husband, Prince Philip. I am honored to represent the beautiful riding of West Vancouver, which is located on the traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. This riding stretches across the District of West Vancouver, the District of North Vancouver, and a small slice of the City of North Vancouver. Unlike many of the members in this House, I can drive across my entire riding in 15 minutes, which I know makes many of you jealous. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my constituency assistant, Tracy Dobell, whose experience and enthusiasm has made my transition into being a new MLA all that much easier. And to our new constituency assistant, Paula Slavicki, who is also becoming invaluable. Both Paula and Tracy have deep roots in the community that we're in, and they've been extraordinary in helping me understand the issues of our constituents and in helping guide those constituents and find solutions to the challenges that they're facing in these uncertain times. And it goes without saying, but I will say it, that my legislative assistant, Alicia Butler, has been invaluable in helping me navigate life here in the legislature. And without her and Marissa Olson, I'd be lost wandering the halls. I'd like to extend my thanks and appreciation to Ralph Sultan, who stood here in this room and represented the people of West Vancouver, Capilano, for many years. He did so in a respectful, intelligent manner, respected on both sides of this House, and I am sure he continues to tune in to this channel. I have had the great fortune of meeting a number of groups in my community since becoming the MLA, stream keepers for our youth, the West Vancouver Police Department Board, superintendent of the RCMP detachment for the District of North Vancouver, Kawasa Housing, Firefighters Local 1525, and many more. And finally, my thanks and appreciation to my family, including my 94-year-old mother, who has now discovered what's actually on Legislature TV and tunes in regularly if there is even the slightest chance of catching a glimpse of her daughter on television, which is then followed with an email critique of my outfit. So turning to the speech from the throne. These are extraordinary times in British Columbia, and we are in crises. And we have multiple and overlapping crises: health, mental health and addictions, and an economic crisis that has not been seen for generations. These have all been exacerbated by an unnecessary snap election. But now it is time for a bold approach to move us forward. What I heard in this throne speech were more of the same platitudes and promises that we've been hearing for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Where's the vision? Where is the excitement about what the potential of this province and British Columbians can do? And where are the clear commitments and action plan that's going to come in this next budget? I've heard that we are in the same storm, but we are in different boats. Regardless of the boat we are in, we need a lighthouse. British Columbia has an opportunity to leverage the amazing talent and resources that it has. But we need leadership from this government that can paint a picture of what the future looks like and to guide us there. We need an articulated strategy. I didn't hear that in the speech from the throne. British Columbians need to feel safe, and they can only do that if they know there's a plan. Now, I may be the only person that stands up and responds to this speech without focusing on COVID, because it's bigger than that. We're at a point where we need to look down the road. We need to look at what's going to happen next year and the year after that. And it all starts with moving past the excuses of COVID, the challenges of COVID, and how are we going to build for our future. The throne speech promised nothing new. It was support for mental health, childcare, affordable housing, but these are not new, and clearly these are issues. These are unfulfilled promises that we've heard from this government for the last 4 years. And there was no mention for supports for people and businesses impacted right now by this relentless third wave, which will wreak havoc for months to come. This is a budget, government says, that will make British Columbia stronger for everyone. If this is the case, why won't it meet the cries of those 17,000 social services workers who are non-unionized, who are asking for fair wages? And why do new childcare policies financially cripple providers that are trying to add daycare spaces in British Columbia? These daycare spaces, which are exactly what we need to help women and families participate in our economy again. The throne speech mentions daycare. Government says it will help even more families get access to affordable, high-quality daycare, and it will increase the number of available $10 a day daycare spaces. But this is the same thing that this government has been saying for the past 3 years. And this government is far from transparent in this initiative, requiring those daycare child providers participating in $10 a day daycare to sign non-disclosure statements so they can't talk about the program. Now, this government also promised to have 24,000 spaces, daycare spaces, by this point in their mandate. By last summer, there were only 3,490 new spaces created by this government. And I think we have to think about the words that we use when we are talking about those spaces. I'm using the word new spaces. I am not using the word licensed spaces. The number of 20,000, which is claimed by this government, are largely not new spaces. They're a reclassification of existing spaces from being a registered daycare to being a licensed daycare. Therefore, they have created licensed daycare spaces. But moving daycares from registered to licensed, while being a really good thing and improving quality and supporting daycares, it's not the same thing as actually creating those spaces because they already existed. In comparison, the BC Liberals created between 2005 and 2017 39,959 new spaces. That's an average of 3,300, just over 3,300 spaces per year. At the end of this past March, government signed an additional one-year extension agreement with the providers, these 52 pilot sites, piloting the $10 a day daycare. Now, I have to ask, why are we still piloting something after 3 years with the same number of pilot sites that we started with? And why is there another one-year extension without our seeing a plan for whether this is working and it's going to move forward? $10 a day daycare was a fundamental and central promise from the NDP, and one that families believed in. Now, I am hoping that the reference to $10 a day daycare spaces means real dollars will be dedicated in the budget to make this a reality, and not merely a stopgap waiting for the federal government to step in. Childcare in the province of British Columbia is this government's responsibility. I'm also hoping that government is looking very closely at the utilization of the $10 a day daycare in these pilot sites to ensure that those who need it most have access, and to ensure that spaces are not going unused. For example, a family who may only need 2 days a week part-time daycare, may they take up a full-time space because it's less expensive for them to pay $10 a day for full-time care than to take a traditional part-time space at a different daycare. Now, is government tracking utilization? This is a concern. Of concern is also that a report was to be issued, I believe last April, that was to look at the actual success of these daycares to see if it makes sense to extend this into a permanent program. But we're still waiting for that document and waiting to see if this is being successful. So how can this government say in this budget that it's going to commit to growing $10 a day daycare if it doesn't have the data to analyze how it's currently being utilized and if it's doing what's intended to be doing. I'd hope also that based on this data that I'm only guessing about, that would be considering looking at a system that is an income-tested model so that we can make sure that we are delivering scarce resources. And as I will demonstrate in a moment, there is not much hope of adding additional capacity and adding additional spaces because of some recent policy changes. So how do we do something that is going to make sure that we're using our scarce resources and targeting support for low and middle income families with dependent children? Government says that affordable daycare will make life easier and will support a strong economic recovery by helping more parents re-enter the workforce. And that it's going to take steps to recognize and retain early childhood educators who we all know have been absolutely essential during this pandemic. But under a recent fee cap imposed on childcare providers, many of those intending to create new spaces or thinking about potential new spaces, even those who have spaces in development, who have signed leases, who have already begun construction on new facilities, I know of thousands of these spaces that have now been put on pause. Now, capping fees sounds like a great idea for parents, and it is. We need to have affordable and accessible daycare. I don't have an issue with capping fees. I have an issue with how it's done, and that has to be reasonable and take into account the needs of both the parents and the daycare providers. But this government is going about it in the wrong way. Pushing those who want to add new daycare spaces or punishing those who want to add new daycare spaces seems counterintuitive if we want to increase the number of spaces available. This government has somehow determined what they're calling market rates for daycare, Mr. Speaker, in certain geographic areas, but they're not forthcoming on what the formula is for them to determine what a market rate is. Regardless, using this largely inaccurate rate, they're telling daycare providers that they can only charge 70% of that rate for any new spaces that they are bringing online. This is regardless of whether your daycare is operating out of a basement or is in a brand new facility paying commercial market rents and offering enriched programming. Same market rate, according to this government. None of that's considered. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's like walking onto a car lot, looking at two cars and expecting the fully loaded Kia with the sunroof and the leather and the custom color. Why isn't that the same price as the baseline Kia with the, not a remote control lock? It's not reality. On January 14th of this year, the childcare professionals of BC wrote to the Minister of State for Childcare and said, quote, "The data you collect and the way it is collected does not compare apples to apples. As such, your geographic fee averages or market rates are at best misleading and at worst nonsensical. We ask you," and this is the childcare professionals of British Columbia, "we ask you to, one, consult with the childcare sector to ensure the data on fee collection is accurate, and two, to create a formula and not use an average and something that calculates current and future fee caps." They say that they have already provided the Minister of State with suggestions of reasonable formulas and would be happy to discuss further, unquote. There has been no engagement from that letter. So why hasn't, if this budget and this throne speech is committed to childcare and committed to helping women get back into the workforce, why hasn't this government demonstrated a willingness to work with daycare providers to come up with solutions that work for both parents and those daycare providers? Does this government not understand how daycares operate? Now, British Columbia tops Canada in the most expensive place to live and to rent commercial property. And there's many very expensive communities in commercial space in British Columbia. So it puts a strain on parents because we have a high cost of living, but it also puts that same pressure and strain on daycare providers. The average daycare provider in British Columbia has a margin of about 2%. Rent and labor are the two biggest expenses. So rather than pushing the cost of daycare down to the providers, why not look at other policy adjustments and be creative? For example, in Ontario, you need 30 square feet per child for capacity in a daycare, and here you need 40. Now that obviously is a cost driver if you're looking at the cost of childcare in Ontario versus the cost of childcare here. When childcare operators are squeezed to cut costs, it reduces their ability to provide tools, supplies to children, purchase needed equipment, and most concerning, it squeezes the wages of ECE workers. And I heard in the speech from the throne that there was a commitment to support and retain ECE workers as they have been invaluable during the pandemic. So the allowable rates now for most daycare providers, if you're opening new spaces, is going to be less than the actual cost to provide those spaces. So for every additional new daycare space in British Columbia, a daycare operator will now lose money. So there is no reality where this actually is going to create more affordable daycare. So what I have witnessed from this government is the poor implementation of flawed programs, which are meant to do one thing and do something completely different. Children in care. Mr. Speaker, I didn't see anything about children in care. Even prior to the pandemic, this government knew that children in care were struggling. Without stable family care, some of these young people move 20 times before they age out of care. Can you imagine what the mental and physical toll that would take on a young person who is just forming, who is just learning about who they are and their sense of self? Now, I would hope that the budget we hear will support implementation of recommendations by the representative for children and youth, including supporting past age 19 a young person in care, including the automatic enrollment of all young people across all types of care and youth agreements in agreements with young adults, which will carry them through until age 27. Government takes on the role of parenting when they bring a young person into care, and parenting does not end on that young person's 19th birthday. We need investment in improving transition planning for youth in care, which should start at least at 14 and carry through and extend till 19. We need to develop a mental health and addiction, substance use services programs specifically for youth in care, transitioning to adulthood. We know that young people from care or young people with involvement with MCFD have a much more difficult time managing this complex and expensive world. There's increased suicide rates, incidences of incarceration, homelessness, addiction, victimization, and more. We need money and programs to break the cycle of destruction in young people's lives. We need to invest in children in care. Investing in children in care is letting them know they matter. The more support that we can provide to youth in care, the more support we provide up front and early, the healthier and more independent they will be as adults. So we are hopeful in this budget, we will see support for the implementation of the recommendations of the representative of children and youth. I saw housing in this speech. The government says it will pursue its goal of a province where everybody has access to safe and affordable housing. This is a noble commitment and one we all fully support. Housing is a human right. We need innovative and new ideas about how we think about housing. This budget will include investments through 2021 to help thousands of missing middle rental homes to be built throughout the province. But we heard no mention of the previously committed to $400 renter's rebate or the promise my colleague referenced of the 114,000 new affordable homes. And while vacancy rates have increased only due to the pandemic, rents have also continued to increase. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the House that in 2017, the NDP promised to build 114,000 new rental and co-op homes in 10 years. Government said it would, quote, saturate the housing market with new affordable supply, unquote. Well, I don't think any of us can see that saturation. As of last summer, the provincial government's own numbers show us that just 2,963 of those 114,000 affordable units have been completed. Government will need to go from creating just under 1,000 units per year to creating just under 16,000 units per year for it to meet that highly touted election promise. How do we encourage the private sector to build rental accommodation in British Columbia? I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, how not to do that. And that would be introducing a long-term rental freeze. Unless this government also has the ability to freeze costs. And this appears to be the same tactic that is being taken with daycare providers, freezing what they can charge, but with no ability to freeze what it costs to provide those services. So will the 2021 budget address the gaps in the previous commitment, or is it now making a new commitment to build housing? And will there be money, as recommended by the representative for children and youth, to add additional dedicated housing for youth and young adults leaving care? The representative writes that there is perhaps no greater challenge facing young people transitioning out of care than finding appropriate, affordable, and safe housing. The speech talks about business. Government says it is proud of its 300 biopharmaceutical, medical device, and bioproduct companies, and it should be. But what has this government done to make it attractive for those businesses to want to remain in British Columbia and for money to come into British Columbia for investment? And this is not today because of COVID and the pandemic. This is how are we building British Columbia for the future, and how are we attracting business and investment? World-class healthcare, education, and social supports cannot be advanced without the additional resources derived from private sector growth. And I worry that this government does not understand that. According to the BC Business Council, there are only 700 private companies with 300 or more employees in British Columbia. Small and medium-sized companies make up the greater share of the economy. That means contribution of employment and contribution to GDP, more so than in any other jurisdiction in Canada. And these are the kinds of businesses that have fewer resources to be able to survive and recover from an extraordinary economic event that we have seen. So we need to support both those small and medium-sized businesses with innovative and, can I say, easy to access resources, but we also have to create an environment that is going to attract larger employees and more investment into our province. And to meet both of these, we need progressive tax structures that incentivize growth and attract investment. And this government has layered tax after tax since 2017. It's made British Columbia less affordable and more expensive to do business. There have been 23 new and increased taxes. Vancouver is now the second most unaffordable housing market in the world, making it even less attractive for companies to come here because their employees cannot find housing. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne was nothing if not light. At the most critical juncture facing the province in generations, we were given platitudes and promises, many recycled from previously unmet conditions. And this commitments, and this is after a 2-month delay from the traditional timing of the presentation of a budget. We need a vision, we need a plan. In crisis, you need leadership that can point the way and help people see what's on the other side, not simply what we hope will be happening next month. And what can be on the other side, Mr. Speaker, if properly planned, is an economically healthy and socially progressive province that can provide safety supports for British Columbians, including safe and affordable food and housing, easily and quickly accessible mental health and addiction support, and a vibrant and innovative business community with the resources to provide growing number of well-paying jobs and a healthy and sustainable environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister for Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my honor to take my place in this debate on the government speech from the throne today, virtually joining you from the traditional territory of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples. It has been an extraordinary 14 months during which our government has focused on the needs of people, on the needs of our communities, on the needs of business, large and small, on the needs of healthcare, and trying to work with all members from all parties in the House on putting British Columbians first. This is an important speech from the throne, just as the budget that is coming up will be critically important, because both of them send messages to groups in our society, to individuals who are struggling, worried about the future, worried about the pandemic that is still with us, hoping against hope that we can all receive our vaccinations and we can put this pandemic behind us and rebuild and come back stronger, because we all love this province. We love our communities. We have tremendous respect for each other and what we can accomplish together. Before I talk a little bit about some of the specifics that we have in the throne speech and that I'm excited about, I want to take a few minutes to recognize and thank some of the people I work with, as well as some of the groups and individuals in my riding of Vancouver Fairview that play such an important role every day in building a strong community. But first, I want to thank the face of the legislature in my constituency, the constituency assistants who respond every day to concerns and issues and problems raised by residents of Vancouver Fairview. Nadja Komnenik, Nicholas Bragg, Lisa DeClear, and my newest constituency assistant, Mariah Gillis, every day think about how can they help people? How can they get them the information they need to access the health services they need to ensure that they're up to date, and to ensure that whatever problem they're having, whether it is a day-to-day problem or a problem specific to the pandemic, or a problem to do with education, or accessing healthcare, or dealing with the needs of their small business, that they can get connected to government programs, that they're aware of what's going on, and they can get answers to their questions. Also, I'm privileged to, as a member of the Executive Council, to carry out programs in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, and the staff that work with me in the Minister's office, Sarah Shoquist, Alyssa Hrenick, Kelly Sather, and Desmond Pollard keep things going day to day and support not only me, but interface with the public service to ensure that we are doing our job together, collectively, along with Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment. And it is an honor and a pleasure to do that work, and to see how we can focus that work on meeting the concerns and expectations of British Columbians, that they will continue, and their children and their grandchildren will continue to thrive in a sustainable economy, one that addresses climate change, one that respects and protects biodiversity in our province, one that builds on our tremendous natural heritage and the rich diversity of species that we have in BC. We know we have an important trust to protect those interests. Returning to Vancouver Fairview and the people that I represent, it's been critically clear in the last 14 months the important role that people play who provide essential services, people who don't have the luxury of working from home, people who don't have the ability to carry out much of their functions via Zoom or Teams or over the internet, but people who are on the front lines. Healthcare workers, of course. We all know the important role that healthcare workers play every day, whether it's the people who are now administering vaccines, workers in hospital, doctors, nurses, care aides, people who provide security and food services. But there's also teachers who've been in schools every day, taking care of children, educating children, ensuring that somehow we address the needs of our children to have social contact, to have an education, to not miss out on one bit more than can be avoided through this pandemic. It must be a tremendously hard and stressful job, and the job that teachers are doing day in and day out to support parents and kids is incredible. And I know it is not without fear and stress themselves. Childcare workers also taking care of children, being on the front line, providing critical essential services. The people who serve us food or work in the food stores where we go, and we try to make our visits less frequent and short. They're there every day, ensuring that we're stocked, that we're fed, that the essentials of daily life are there for us. These are people who are concerned about their families and their children and their health. And I know that as we work with the provincial health officer to ensure that we roll out vaccines as soon as they're available and as quickly and thoughtfully as we can, that we are cognizant of those people who are out in the community performing the essential functions, whether it's fire, whether it's police, whether it's first responders, as I've said, transit workers and others who are on the job in public, exposing them to risk so we can be safer. And we know that as soon as we can, we will be giving them the protections that they seek. I also want to recognize some of the groups in Vancouver Fairview who keep the community whole. I'm not going to name all of them, but groups like Little Mountain Neighborhood House that have in the past provided a a place for people to come and gather and access programs, to have a meal, for seniors to socialize. Everybody has had to transform how that happens in a time of pandemic and to find new ways to reach out, to try to fill that gap and void that is left when people have to stay close at home, when people are unable to circulate in the community, when people are missing each other, and people who normally don't have a lot of social contact and rely on places like the Little Mountain Neighborhood House or the South Granville Senior Center or the Riley Park Community Garden, how we can bring people together and fill some of their needs for socialization and community. It is incredibly difficult, not just in my riding, of course, but all throughout BC. And the role that government has played to try to provide support to these nonprofits, support to centers, support to communities, and support to individuals has been a partnership. And the needs of these groups to be able to continue to provide the services that they have provided for years in a new and different way has been brought forward to every MLA in the province, I'm sure, and we have done our best to respond and to fill the needs that people see. Also in Vancouver Fairview are a range of health services and health agencies. There's a bit of a health cluster, not a bit, a large health cluster in Vancouver Fairview. We, in addition to the Vancouver Hospital and Health Sciences Center, the Cancer Foundation, we have the BC division of the Canadian Cancer Society, which we're honoring with the daffodils this month. We have the Alzheimer's Society. We have many other health delivery organizations as well as health research organizations, all of which are doing their best to hold our communities together, to fill a need, and during the pandemic, if there are related issues, as well as to ensure that the ongoing issues of health and healthcare and health research that happened before, during, and post-pandemic are maintained. The work these people do every day and the opportunity I've had, whether in face-to-face meetings before or more recently and meetings over Zoom, to tell me about their work and to tell me how government can help them. I just want to assure people that that is invaluable, not just to me, but I believe to every MLA, and ensuring that that government is cognizant of what people's needs are, what the needs are of the organizations that help people on a day-to-day basis are, and help us move forward through this extremely difficult time. There are no easy answers. Every week brings a new problem. Every week brings a new challenge, particularly now as we're seeing cases rise, and the need for all of us to be as vigilant as ever, if not a bit more vigilant, to ensure that we provide time for the vaccines to take hold and bring us to the point where we have a form of collective community immunity. Now is the time when we need to really focus and pay attention. We need to work with our neighbors and friends and communities to support the actions that will keep us all collectively safe. Throughout this pandemic, there are many organizations, whether they are arts organizations, cultural organizations, community organizations, or other, that have faced significant challenges. Our government has tried since the first early days of the pandemic to ensure that organizations that were vulnerable because they were always on the edge of not having quite enough funding to carry out their mandate. We all know that arts organizations struggle. They're never blessed with more than enough funding. What we can do is ensure that they are able to maintain the services that they provide, that they can maintain a cultural community, that they can keep artists together, and as many of them have done, find new ways to provide people virtual experiences and provide artists a way of carrying out their profession and keeping our communities together. Let me just name a couple of organizations, both arts and cultural in Vancouver Fairview, that we have been able to support. And I know they are grateful, but we are grateful to them for their work. Coastal Jazz, which is also known as the organization that sponsors the Vancouver Jazz Festival, is responsible for so much enjoyment of so many Vancouverites and British Columbians for so many years. The music that has traditionally come to Vancouver to be heard by so many, often in free venues, is just incredible. The Vancouver International Jazz Festival is known as one of the premier jazz festivals in North America. Their office is in my constituency, and they received BC Arts Council Resilience supplement that topped up their operating budget in the face of uncertainty. And it allowed their team to transition to online programming, providing virtual concerts and multimedia presentations. I've had the pleasure of viewing a number of them, and as I and others sit in our living rooms instead of in parks or clubs, we're able to reconnect with the tremendous creativity of musicians who are lifting our spirits every day and ensuring that that creativity and culture live on. The Coastal Jazz is shifting their strategy for a jazz festival to keep their focus on small local artists and new ways to connect with audiences. Creative BC, which is responsible for so many of the creative arts and promotion of their work in BC, has offices in my ministry, and they've benefited from the actions of two ministers for arts and culture that have expanded Amplify BC funding commitment to 3 years and supported career development for BC's creative industry and music industry participants. That's part of BC's $10 billion COVID-19 response. That includes Stronger BC, which is BC's economic recovery plan to protect people's health and livelihoods, as well as supporting businesses and community. And it includes furthering innovation programming to find new ways to adapt to the challenges that COVID-19 has brought the arts community, as well as further supporting our BIPOC music community. There are too many small businesses, as well as food establishments and craft breweries in Vancouver Fairview to list them, but we have a high concentration of small local award-winning breweries that have been facing many challenges over the last year. They have welcomed the circuit breaker business grants that we have provided as a form of fast relief to the COVID-19 restrictions, as a way of keeping going, staying viable, and staying strong. They're also grateful for the changes to patio restrictions during the circuit breaker, which allowed non-food primary locations to continue to use the patios. And some of the larger local group brewers are also grateful to be designated as part of the food manufacturing industry. There's a Japanese Community Volunteers Association called Tanari Gumi. They've adapted their food programs for Japanese seniors in the community by transitioning their in-house bento box lunch service to a Meals on Wheels program that weekly delivers food and care to seniors. They've been offering information and referral to seniors, and they help support families with young children through programming and a variety of activities, including income tax clinics, pension support, and help accessing provincial and federal services. They also maintain a multi-generational community garden at Jonathan Rogers Park, where members host workshops on how to cook with and care for various Japanese vegetables. The BIPOC Creative Association, or BIPOC-CA, supports BIPOC artists and creatives who need access to space, equipment, networking with people, and a host of other resources in order to thrive. They fill a gap as an umbrella organization hoping to provide Black, Indigenous, and people of color with opportunities for connection and mentorship, as well as physically and psychologically safe places for their work to flourish. I was pleased to present this organization quite recently with a grant through BC's Multiculturalism and Anti-Racism Initiatives funding. Another group in Vancouver Fairview that I was able to support through the Multiculturalism and Anti-Racism Initiatives funding was the 5X Press and Vancouver International Bhangra Celebration Society. They have a major presence online, especially through interactive social issues dialogues on Instagram. It's the de facto access point for many BIPOC creatives because mainstream media can be stigmatizing and tokenizing in their view. 5X Festival has reached more than 30,000 participants in 2020. We were pleased to be able to offer them support and encouragement as well as financial assistance. And I learned a lot from my Zoom meeting with them, as well as learning how important this contribution to their work was to them. And finally, another group that received a grant through this program is Pedal Power. Their intent is to use the funding to provide a series of workshops as a first step toward building equity and eliminating racism within the local cycling industry. There are so many groups, organizations, and businesses in Vancouver Fairview that it's an honor to represent. But what I've learned in the last 14 months is how critically important a speedy response from government has been with programs and advice and supports, whether it's relief from evictions for commercial tenants as well as residential tenants, whether it's support and relief on certain taxes, whether it's subsidies for wages and payroll, or whether it's the most recent circuit breaker COVID relief grants. This is keeping businesses alive and giving them hope. And the role of my community office, as well as many others, is to do our best to provide assistance and information to people so they can see the end and they can find a way to stay whole and keep together. Let me turn to some of the issues that I'm so pleased to be responsible for in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, and that are being highlighted in the throne speech, and that we will continue to work on, and that are contained in my mandate letter. As part of our Stronger BC COVID recovery program, we took a focus on debris, both plastic and fishing net debris, all up and down our coast. It's been an issue that was raised with us by many groups up and down the coast for many years. And as part of our Stronger BC recovery program, we initiated the Clean Coast, Clean Waters program. We worked with the Small Ship Tourism Operators Association, as well as Indigenous nations, and provided employment last summer and fall to 111 employees of the Small Ship Tourism Operators Association and 69 Indigenous people from up and down the coast. We covered about 540 kilometers of coastline. We gathered over 127 metric tons of plastic debris. A very, very significant amount of it was fishing debris. And we look forward to being able to continue that program in the months to come. We had $27 million and 70 projects as part of Stronger BC devoted to a watershed and habitat restoration program throughout the province. Again, these were projects identified by the Watersheds BC Coalition and that were delivered in partnership in many, many cases with Indigenous nations and Indigenous workers. We were able to focus on habitat restoration, particularly fish habitat, natural carbon sinks and wetlands, working on habitat to ensure that we were prepared for the impacts of climate change, things like flood management in the future, and there's much more work to be done. This is a critical example, as is the Clean Coast and Clean Waters program, of taking the opportunity presented by the need to recover our economy to address long-standing issues that are important today in our communities for environmental integrity, for habitat, for biodiversity, as well as climate adaptation, and that will be critically important in the future. We also note a commitment in the throne speech to ensuring that we build out the rapid public transit that British Columbia will need in the future, whether it's extending the SkyTrain all the way to Langley through the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain project, continuing to work on the Broadway subway, and examining the future of ultimately a goal of extending the Broadway subway in some form all the way out to UBC. These are important issues. They're important issues for carbon emission reduction. They're important issues for ensuring that we marry public transit to the provision of housing and housing density, whether it is out to Langley or along the routes to UBC, as well as connecting the research community at UBC with the research community in Vancouver, Fairview, and elsewhere. These are the things that build our economy. These are the things that make life better, more convenient, and more affordable for people. These are the things that reduce congestion and link public transit with the housing needs of people in British Columbia. It's critically important that we continue to invest in these programs, and our commitment as a government is that we will just do just that. We won't hem and haw. We won't hold back on commitments. We won't require people to have divisive referendums that delay the inevitable, because the inevitable is we have to ensure that people, goods, and services in BC aren't bound up by congestion, that our economy isn't suffering annual losses in the excess of $1 billion a few years ago because we weren't dealing with congestion and because we weren't providing affordable, accessible public transit that looked to the future and built for the future today. It's also critically important that we look at what is happening with British Columbians in terms of our desire to be outside with our close family, with our household. People are rediscovering BC parks. That was so obvious last year when we saw more visitors to BC parks than we had ever seen before. And people have asked us to focus on improving parks, improving access to parks, in building more trails and building more campsites. We have been doing that for the last 3 years. We had some youth employment programs last summer and fall that were a part of our Stronger BC recovery, and we will be doing more of that in the years to come. Just today, we announced an investment in youth employment in BC parks, in the BC Conservation Officer Service, as well as in the Clean Coast and Clean Waters initiative. These are providing economic recovery support to people today, but it's also preparing young people with skills and interest and experience in jobs they may wish to choose for the future. I think part of the Premier's announcement was a young person who was part of the youth employment program in BC Parks last year, who now has been hired into a policy analyst position in BC Parks. We are investing not only in the development of parks, but in the development of people who will keep our park system and our natural spaces whole and healthy for the future. I also want to spend a few minutes to talk about our climate plan, Clean BC, our climate plan, and our clean, sustainable, diversified economy plan. We are continuing to work on that plan. The throne speech mentioned that we were able to set sectoral targets, the first jurisdiction in Canada to do that. And we did that to hold government accountable, so every British Columbian can see what we're doing on the road to meeting our targets that have been set for 2025, 2030, and 2040. The Climate Change Accountability Act that we introduced requires annual reporting, prospective explanation of what we intend to do in the 3-year plan going forward to reduce emissions and build a healthy, diversified, low-carbon economy, and then a reporting on how well we did in meeting the goals we set for ourselves. Sectoral targets is part of holding us accountable, as are the many projects that we have in place to reduce emissions, to make low-carbon transportation, whether it's electric vehicles or public transit, affordable and accessible for British Columbians, to reduce energy use and substitute low or zero carbon energy in home heating and commercial building and public building energy use across British Columbia, as well as to work with our industries to continue to be a model of low carbon economic development, not just in North America, but the world, and ensure that through our Clean BC program for industry, we're turning the carbon tax back to the best performers in the world who exist in British Columbia, as well as supporting project proposals that come forward to reduce emissions, whether it's in mining, pulp and paper, cement, or elsewhere. There is a growing demand worldwide for low carbon commodities and products. And in British Columbia, we're working hard to work with business to ensure that they remain competitive while they transform their emissions profile and are able to provide that while we meet our portion of emission reduction commitments as part of Canada for a worldwide effort to meet the crisis of climate change. Let me close, Mr. Speaker, by just talking briefly about an excellent experience I had a couple of days ago. I was asked by a number of students from the Maillard Middle School in Coquitlam for a meeting. They formed a group called Single-Use Plastic Elimination Reinforcement Team, or SUPER. And their goal is to show leadership on reduction of use of single-use plastics in their communities. They've made presentations to both the Port Moody and the Coquitlam Council, I believe. And in our meeting, they read to me a very strong presentation on what they expected from the provincial government in terms of enabling local communities to control and ban single-use plastics, as well as do a better job of recycling. We had a great conversation for about half an hour. I told them about our plans that we laid out in the Clean BC Plastics Action Plan. I talked to them about the bylaws that we've approved for municipalities and that the regulation we plan to bring in to allow municipalities to pass their own, as well as our plans for phasing out single-use plastics as outlined in my mandate letter. They asked what they could do to show leadership, and the only answer I could give them was, you're already doing it. You're showing tremendous leadership. They inspired me. I'm sure they're inspiring their teachers and parents and the other local politicians with whom they meet. That seems to me, Honourable Speaker, a good note on which to end. I'm happy to take my place, and I'm happy to support this throne speech and the efforts of our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. So before I get into the depth of some issues of the throne speech, I'd just like to thank all of the frontline workers that we have in all communities in British Columbia. And I've got sons and daughter-in-laws that work in childcare, frontline policing, emergency services, and they're out there every day, along with all the other communities that we have throughout British Columbia here. They put in countless hours of overtime, dealing with people of unknown health conditions, helping them in every way that they can. They put in countless hours of overtime trying to keep up with the demands that they have within the communities. And they sacrifice times with their families in order to provide that level of service that we have in British Columbia. And oftentimes they've been in contact with symptomatic people with COVID, and they've had to isolate away from their families and away from their loved ones in order to ensure that they were clear and safe enough to go home. So my heartfelt thanks to all the public and private sector workers who have gone above and beyond over the last year and a bit to provide their communities with a service that is going to keep them safe into the future here. And here we are today, Mr. Chair. We're at the beginning of the second term of government for your government, for the NDP. This is the third throne speech that we've heard. COVID is well into its second year, and now I hear we're in the third phase of COVID, which has some significant consequences. We've had 1,000 more tragic folks pass away since the snap election was called. And again, you know, I'm just going to highlight that a little bit. An unnecessary snap election that was called for whatever reasons, self-serving reasons perhaps. And it was an election that, in the view of many, didn't put people first, as has been the mantra of this government now for quite some time. I'm just wondering whether the time would have been better spent, and I think many people have said it, providing the services that the people have needed throughout this pandemic to ensure that they weren't facing the financial crises that we see so many of them facing here today. The Premier had said that he needed a majority government to have a clear path forward. Well, he had that before the election actually started as well. Nothing that has been stated in this throne speech really hasn't been stated previously in the first and second throne speech. A lot of rhetoric that has been tossed back and forth, many platitudes that were there. And you know, the path, generally speaking, you know, a leader is a visionary. A leader is one who projects forward into the future and tells the people of British Columbia how he's going to make life better year by year into the future. And this one is very opaque. It doesn't provide that clear path forward at all. We have a burgeoning public sector. Tens of thousands of more public sector workers in British Columbia providing a service, and during the pandemic, of course, it's a necessary thing that we need within our healthcare system and all the support structures that we have in government. But again, it's burgeoning. It's costing government a lot of money. We've lost probably 40 or 50,000 private sector employees across the province here that provide valuable tax revenue for the province. And he talks about infrastructure spending moving forward that is compromised by the community benefit agreements that we have. So we heard from one of my colleagues earlier speaking about the community benefit agreement in his riding, and we see others where we're seeing costs double over what the earlier costs, the projections had been. Contracts have been probably 25–30% on average more than they would have been without this community benefit agreement. So is it really a benefit to the communities when we're seeing 3 projects being built for the cost of 4, I guess? One of the great absences that I noticed in the throne speech was a plan for economic recovery, a robust plan for economic recovery, because we are in the most significant economic crisis that any government in British Columbia has seen for decades, for generations. There's no indication on how we're going to get out of this once COVID is over. BC is not competitive nationally or internationally. The tax structure that has been brought to bear by this government has caused a lot of industry, a lot of companies to look elsewhere. A lot of people are looking where they can invest in jurisdictions other than here in British Columbia. As we move forward, unless there are some significant changes to that tax structure, I think we're going to see more industry moving to other jurisdictions in Canada or elsewhere in the world. I'm wondering, how does government, and there's no plan, maybe we'll see something in the budget coming up in a week or so, but there's nothing to indicate how government plans on paying back this $13 or $14 billion deficit that we have, and how we're going to recover from that. The Premier talks about in the throne speech, talks about how we're going to go back to a balanced budget. And No, I'll reword that. He talks about going back to a balanced budget, but he doesn't talk about how he's going to go back to a balanced budget. And that's concerning for many of us. I was talking, I remember speaking to a gentleman here a few years ago in Prince George at the Resource Forum, and we're talking about resource sector and mining in particular, and he was telling me at that time that British Columbia had one of the best investment climates in the world, internationally, for mining. That's a tough, that's a tough business to get into. It takes a long time to go through all the processes, and anybody that invests in mining in the first place has got some pretty, a pretty strong constitution to stick with that kind of a program. So I was hoping that we'd see a little bit more about the resource sector in the budget, and there was nothing. There was a little mention of forestry, and I'll get to that shortly. But when we look at the needs of British Columbia, we talk about, increasing our transit in the Lower Mainland, some of the infrastructure projects that we have there. We talk about electrification and clean energy in British Columbia, but we don't talk about one of the most substantial pieces of that puzzle, and that's mining. We have some of the most robust gold and copper deposits in the world sitting here in British Columbia. In the trench between the Coast Range and the Rocky Mountains, heading up from central British Columbia up into the northwest of British Columbia, there's a golden triangle up there, or they call it the golden triangle, that has an abundance of copper and gold and other minerals. We have an abundance of rare earth minerals deposits within the central interior of British Columbia and throughout British Columbia that are used extensively in our high-tech world that we're in today. So how are we going to get those out of the ground? We talk about clean energy. When you talk about electric vehicles and bringing in programs to add more electric vehicles to the fleet across British Columbia, those come with tons and tons of additional copper and other minerals in order to provide that electric-driven structure. Without copper, we don't get the electrification that we need. Without aluminum, we don't have the power transmissions from Site C Dam that is being built currently right now that is going to provide power to the rest of the province to fulfill some of these electrification needs. Those, thousands of kilometers of aluminum wire supported by thousands of steel structures that we have. And how do we get those steel structures? Well, those steel structures are manufactured by companies that use metallurgic coal. So the metallurgic coal that we mine in Tumbler Ridge and throughout the province here is another necessary ingredient into our electrification project, program that we have here in British Columbia, and perhaps ultimately clean energy. We also can't talk about clean energy and the modern technology without talking about our petrochemical industry. When we look at reducing the weight of vehicles to allow for more efficient electrical propulsion, when we look at the modern aircraft that we have right across the world today, where we see the fuselage of a modern jetliner is 50% polymers. And those polymers come from oil and gas. Those polymers come from the Montney Play in British Columbia, the Dawson Creek, Fort St. John area of the province, that has some of the richest liquids natural gas in the world. And out of those liquids are the products that we use every day in society. The plastic shields that we have here in this house are made from the liquids from the natural gas that we have. The pipes that deliver our water to every household in British Columbia are made from the plastics that we produce from the liquids in the natural gas. We don't have a petrochemical industry in British Columbia to date. Yet we have some of the richest and longest lasting supplies in British Columbia. That wasn't mentioned in the throne speech. To provide these new modern conveniences that we will be be showcasing in British Columbia in the Lower Mainland. When you look at the new transit projects that are slated for the Greater Vancouver area, the rail cars themselves, a lot of the technology will be using polymers in order to construct those devices. We have our agricultural sector in British Columbia that will use the fertilizer derived from the petrochemical industry. The tons of fertilizer that we use on our fields every day to ensure a safe food supply in British Columbia. So there was a brief mention of electrification and clean energy, but there was nothing to do with mining, which I think is an integral part of how we're going to support all these other factors throughout British Columbia. Good paying jobs, thousands of good paying jobs, depending on how quickly we can get some of these mines opened up in British Columbia. Good tax paying jobs that will provide revenue to the province to help bail out the $13–14 billion deficit that we're in right now. With the petrochemical side of the House, again, the proponent talking about building a liquids extraction plant in Prince George, can employ several hundred people. Just out of one line, an existing natural gas line, the Enbridge line, he predicts that they can pull out $2 million of product a day in liquids that will provide feedstock for all the products that I've been talking about. That's just one small natural gas line in British Columbia. We have the Coastal GasLink project right now that's putting in a 4-foot diameter pipe going to LNG Canada to ship liquefied natural gas over to Asia. If we take those liquids out, we're providing Asia with clean burning liquid natural gas, and we can use those byproducts here in British Columbia to provide a secondary industry and downstream industrial opportunities in manufacturing in order to enhance the economy of British Columbia. And we're going to be helping to clean up reducing the GHG emissions in Asia and other countries that buy our natural gas because we've taken those products out of the natural gas before it gets there. So there's a number of things that can be done that I hope government will consider integrating in their clean energy program to make sure that those kinds of things take place in the future. I mentioned forestry because there was a brief mention of forestry in the throne speech, talking about reallocation of volume or licenses, and talking about going from volume-based to value-added products in the future. But they talk about reallocation to First Nations groups. The problem that we have, we've been working on a sustainable yield strategy on forestry in British Columbia for 75 years. And in my view, it's been an incomplete strategy focused more on fiber than on the total value of a forest. But we have an issue with the fact that in 2017, in many timber supply areas across the province, around that period of time, there was a reduction in the annual allowable cut by the provincial chief forester, and but government has stalled in implementing those cuts, those reductions. So in Prince George, for an example, I think we went down from roughly about 3.5 million or 4 million cubic meters of wood per year. So that allocation or that reduction has never taken place up till this period of time. And that has had an impact on the midterm timber supply and the availability of fiber to redistribute to First Nations or communities or other organizations. The other impact in the interior of the province, and we've seen it throughout the province with the pine beetle, is the spruce beetle. The spruce beetle has devastated much of my riding, killed over 1 million cubic meters of spruce, doesn't have the shelf life that pine has, and a lot of it won't be salvaged before it is unusable. And that's had an impact. I have Mackenzie in my riding that has been totally devastated by the shutdowns in the community. I think there might be 1 mill working, there may be 2 mill working right now. remanufacturing plant is part of that. But it's due to the long distances that fiber has to be hauled. It's due to the spruce beetle killing a lot of the spruce, the midterm timber supply. But it's also related to over-harvesting of fiber that has been in close proximity to Mackenzie. Mackenzie was developed back in 1968 with a WAC Bennett Dam was built and the Williston Reservoir. And it's been thriving as a forest community ever since that period of time, but is now suffering the consequences. I haven't seen any help from government with respect to that. I know there was some efforts by the Premier to get a coalition of licensees working collectively together a year or two ago, and of course that hasn't borne any fruit since that particular time at all. We've also seen, one thing that I find concerning with the reduction of the AAC in 2017, but licensees are still cutting to the pre-2017 levels. The Anzac River it's in my riding. It's a fishery-sensitive watershed that has seen exponential harvesting over the last 4 years, and large clear cuts, and it's had an impact on the fisheries in that area. And I know it's been an issue that's been raised to me as the MLA for the area, but provincially as well. There's a formula that government has used for a number of years. It's a hydrological tool that they use to evaluate the hydrological state of a particular drainage. And for many, many years, that tool has indicated that if it's a community watershed, that 20%, they call it an equivalent clear-cut area, is appropriate for that area. If it's a fishery-sensitive area, perhaps 25% is applicable, and other areas are 30%. And there's watersheds across the province. There's several watersheds in my riding, or drainages, where the equivalent clear-cut area is reaching 80% and more. And it's had a devastating effect on fisheries. So again, when the government looks at this, I hope that there's going to be some relief for the communities that are going to be severely impacted by these types of things, and that there's measures and there's help that will be made available for them. They're very vague in how that was addressed. The other area that I found interesting, and just a short mention, I know there's a committee dealing with it, but the review of an outdated Police Act. And the Police Act in British Columbia has been updated many, many times over the past number of years. It's not outdated. The Police Act, in my professional opinion, is adequate for the model of policing we have in British Columbia today. The only issue I take with the Police Act today is the fact that Section 2 says that municipalities must provide an adequate level of policing, but there's no metrics to really tell what that is. But is it the Police Act that really needs to be looked at, or is it the model of policing and public safety in British Columbia that needs to be looked at here? When you look at the fact that policing, the criminal part of policing accounts for about 30% of any police department's file load, 70% are social justice issues. So should we be looking at how we address those social justice issues that are so impacted by mental illness, by addictions, by crimes of survival rather than purposefully committed crimes? There's, the police in British Columbia last year responded to about 650,000 emergency 911 calls, and a little more, just under 700,000 non-emergency 911 calls. So we're looking at 1.3, 1.4 million calls for service by the police. So the police attend, they do their investigation, and they recommend charges, or they don't recommend charges. They provide a Crown Counsel report to Crown Counsel, and that's primarily the end of the police involvement in it. If Crown Counsel approves the charge, it goes to court, and if the courts find an individual guilty, then the individual is incarcerated or he receives a sentence from the court. Yet, for some reason, the police seem to be targeted as the persons responsible for the over-representation of various groups in our correction system. What we do need to do, and what the throne speech never addressed, was the fact that how do we reduce the number of 911 calls? How do we keep a lot of those calls from happening in the first place? When we look at the opioid issues that we have, and I do take exception to wording in the throne speech where they talked about, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and all the good work that they've done since, it was leading in Canada. And I can't see that. I haven't seen, there's been no reduction in the deaths. In fact, they have escalated significantly right across the board. And nothing has been done to curb the opioid deaths in British Columbia. And that will take a concentrated focus. It's going to take a multifaceted approach to ensure that, that all of those issues are addressed. They talk about, there was mention of it on decriminalization of small amounts of drugs. And when you look at the statistical data, and I think there was 300 and some people charged with opiate-related drugs in 2019. 300 and some out of 20,000 drug files that were in British Columbia. Very insignificant amount. There's drugs that are seized. The police forces all through British Columbia seize small quantities of drugs off street individuals, off different people that are being found in possession without charging them. And I wonder how many times those seizures have prevented an overdose death. How many times have police seized a small quantity of opiates and prevented a death by somebody taking that particular drug? So, they're doing their job, and they're doing it under extreme circumstances. They don't get a lot of support from the public on this matter, and I think that's I think that's wrong. I think the police do an admirable job in trying to do their best with the tools that they have in dealing with the opioid crisis. And is it, the word, I've seen it written where people feel that by decriminalizing the small amounts of drugs, it will take, it's a stigma that's attached to the criminal part that prevents people from coming forward. I haven't seen a study, I haven't seen anything working in that regard, but I have heard and I've spoken to addicts who are more concerned about people finding out that they're an addict rather than they might be a criminal if they're caught with it. But the fact that they could be deemed to be an addict is something that they really wrestle with in the long term. And so I think that whole focus needs to be looked at moving forward to ensure that we're not stepping on the toes of enforcement officers trying to do their job. Criminals know criminals know the restrictions that police operate under. And if they know that if you have a gram or 2 or 3 or whatever the limit might be on small amounts of opiates or heroin or cocaine, that they will ensure that that's all they've got on their possession at the time they go and deliver the drug to somebody. Or they will have somebody run that amount to somebody so that they won't be charged with trafficking. So by bringing in steps like this, it is really going to hinder the overall operations of police in the long term in trying to provide that effective level of enforcement on the street. What we need more is a treatment center. We need folks that are suffering from addictions to be availed of a treatment center as soon as possible in the process. And that has been a pretty significant failure on behalf of this government in the first term and into the second term here, to ensure that there are adequate treatment centers right across the province for folks that are suffering from the addictions side of things, in addition to the mental illness that is sometimes exacerbated by adding addictions to that mental illness. So there's a number of things that should be done. by this government that, if you're talking about infrastructure, where are the treatment centers? Where are the staff that are going to be manning those types of treatment centers moving forward here in a very timely fashion? This is a crisis that needs to be dealt with, that needs people to be placed into treatment centers as soon as possible, not down the road, not to pontificate these things at nauseum forever, but there should be treatment centers built today that were started back in the first term that this government was there. So, there's a number of other things I could have spoke to on this particular topic. But I'll leave that for the future time that we have later on, perhaps during the budget speech. But again, there was no path forward in this budget that I could see, Mr. Speaker. It was opaque. There was a bunch of platitudes. There was a lot of rhetoric in there. There's nothing that we could substantially look at and have faith that we have a solid vision moving forward in this province that is going to help those issues like addictions and mental illness, like our resource sector, and some of those other things that we need to resurrect our economy and come back in a very robust and dynamic way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Lands and Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's with great pleasure. I assume the microphone is working okay, and my high speed is high speed today. I'm joining this conversation from the beautiful community of Smithers, British Columbia, on Wet'suwet'en-Gidimt'en territory in northwestern BC, and incredibly proud, as always, to be representing the stunning and incredibly large constituency of Stikine in the legislature. I know all honorable members in the House will be familiar with our electoral maps and this particular part of the world that I seek to represent each and every day. But for those watching, Stikine is the largest provincial riding in our province and goes all the way from the beautiful gem of Atlin, British Columbia, tucked up against the borders of Yukon and Alaska in the northwest of our province, all the way down the highway through Tahltan territory into Gitxsan territory and Wet'suwet'en territory, where I live with my family. It is one of the greatest privileges of my life to reach out, speak on behalf of, and engage with people across this beautiful and vast riding. Now, today we're talking about the very recent speech from the throne, and I've heard a number of members from the opposition criticizing it for its lack of detail. For those unfamiliar with how Parliament works and for how government sets out its agenda, the speech from the throne is the vision, is the document that guides government over this period of time, the next while. The specifics, the plan, the funding, the programs, the initiatives, that all comes with the budget, which is also coming quite soon. And the story that our government is telling, the story we are grappling with, has been in the face of what has been an unprecedented pandemic, not just for British Columbia, but of course for the entire world. And the challenges that lie within this struggle that we've had over the last year or more have been far too numerous in a short speech to outline. Yet I think our experience here in Stikine has been instructive. We're a rural, remote part of the world, and yet some of the challenges that we have faced over this past time, the economic, the social, environmental stresses that have come along with it, I think are emblematic of challenges faced by people all across British Columbia, whether they be living in downtown Vancouver or living more rurally and remotely like we do. Now, there's a couple of sort of broad areas that we can talk about today. The pandemic and our government's response to that, our efforts through the CDC and Dr. Henry's good work and the health minister's support. Also the economy, what the impacts have been in this unprecedented time of the measures, the health and safety measures that government has taken, and how we've accommodated, adapted, and tried in our very best ways to be nimble, which was exemplified just last week in taking health measures to protect society, because we can't have a healthy economy without healthy people. And as this pandemic has changed, it has forced us also as a government and as a people to change. I want to talk about the investments we've made in Stikeen, because oftentimes the expression "no hope beyond hope" has been too often true in the past. And yet when I asked my team recently to pull together all of the investments, all of the efforts that we have made in our particular corner of the world, it's too long a list for me to go through in just half an hour, which is a good problem to have. I also want to talk about the social impacts, what has been happening for us as a community level, and how the throne speech and the coming budget try to deal with some of those strains. Now, we have a number of significant programs, and what COVID has exposed is, as pressure is put upon a system, it exposes where the cracks are, exposes where the weaknesses are. And I suppose as a people, as a community, as a province, and as a government, we can, under that pressure, either come together more as a people or divide further apart. And there are those that are seeking to, I suppose, in a nefarious way, use this opportunity to divide one from the other, neighbor to neighbor, community to community, party to party. And one of I suppose this is somewhat dated now, but one of the more encouraging things that we saw in British Columbia at the start of this pandemic was the willingness of the opposition parties to join with the government in many efforts of passing economic measures, of agreeing to defer and support the Center for Disease Control and Dr. Henry and her initiatives. And we've been seeing, generally speaking, a weakening of that together effort. And understand, Mr. Speaker, and I mean this sincerely, the opposition in all legislatures has an incredibly important role to play, holding government to account, asking the tough questions, and of course they have their own partisan interests for themselves to one day form government. Yet that line there is a line there that can be crossed, and pandemics and this crisis has shown us when the opposition can play a constructive role, and when over time that seems to have worn on some of my colleagues across the aisle, and they're now slipping into the more unhelpful traditional role of sniping for its own sake, of creating anxiety and fears in their criticisms that are sometimes unwarranted. And I think for the communities that I represent, the mental and social impacts of what this pandemic has exposed calls upon all of us to be of our best natures, to be supporting people in giving as truthful information as we can, being critical when necessary, and providing solutions when we are also able to do so. Now, we've just recently passed 1 million doses of vaccine that have been administered to British Columbians. This is an incredible effort. And of course, we have to, although the delivery has been shaky at times, thank our federal partners in being able to deliver those vaccines from a number of different suppliers. We also, of course, have to take, again, the moment to thank the frontline service workers, those that are administering those vaccines, running those clinics, oftentimes in rural and remote places, not in their home communities, traveling great distances, staying away from home, and trying to make sure that people are as safe as possible when receiving their vaccines. As the vaccine numbers have been increasing, of course, so too have the variants. This is such an incredibly challenging thing for our public health officials, for us as a government, and I would argue for us as a province, that if it had just been the original COVID-19 disease in its original form, of course, many of the experts have told us, then much of that has come under control. This new variant, the variants that have shown up in British Columbia, have certainly challenged and stressed a system that was already challenged and stressed, and people are adapting. This falls into a context, and the previous speaker from the opposition did mention this in passing, that we are in fact dealing with 2 pandemics, and this cannot be understated, that we as a province have had an opioid crisis of people succumbing to, through their addictions to a poison drug supply, and it has killed hundreds and hundreds of British Columbians, more in fact than COVID itself has. And we were, as a government, when we first formed government in 2017, we're bending that curve down. We were dealing with the root causes of that pandemic. And in fact, the shutting of the borders, the increasing toxicity of the drug supply, and the challenges within our healthcare system of dealing with 2 pandemics simultaneously has unfortunately bent that curve back up. But we are dealing with it, and I hope we will deal with it, and I expect that we will, in the budget that members and the public will see in very short order. Now, we've also had to adapt in the way that our long-term care facilities and the way that nurses and doctors and the entire healthcare system has operated. And their diligence and commitment as healthcare providers has been nothing short of incredible. We've all said this, and there's no partisan interest in this at all, I should think. Yet, it was so important and so fortuitous that when we formed government 4 years ago, one of our initiatives was to build back up the public healthcare system, to strengthen it. Not because we were anticipating a pandemic, but because we knew it was the right thing to do. And the public healthcare system, particularly on nursing and on cleaning in our hospitals and long-term care facilities, have been depleted over time in the sake of pursuing other initiatives by previous governments, particularly large tax cuts to the very wealthy and well-connected. Now, it was fortuitous because in the broader sense, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later on when we talk about the social safety net. It's an ephemeral idea, but boy, do you notice when it's there or when it's not there? And our government, being a social democratic one, believes that one of the key reasons we even have government, we have public service, is to be able to help those when they are in need. And I can remember a street nurse that I spent some time working with a number of years ago in Prince George, who worked in some of the most difficult circumstances. And he had an expression that he said once in passing, and I hope I can get it accurately to his words. He said, we do for when we must, we do with when we can, and the rest of the time we get out of the way and cheer. And I had to ask him because he said it very quickly. And I said, what does that mean? He said, well, there are circumstances when we as a society, we as a community simply must do for somebody. They're in a circumstance and a space in their lives where they are unable to lift themselves up. And we lean in, we do that. We do that through government services. We do that as charity. We do that as neighbors. We do that in the faith community where we simply need to lift somebody up and get them back on their feet, and we do that. There are many circumstances, more circumstances, where we work alongside somebody. We help them out of addictions. We make sure they can get into some suitable housing. We help them get the education that has been stopping them from improving their lives, and we pass that through the generations. And there are times, many times, when we just got to get out of the way, when somebody is recovering and doing better, and just simply encourage them to keep going. And I kept that experience in that moment with me, because that is somebody who's dealing with people in a broad range of circumstances, mental health and addictions and all the complexity that comes with that, and had for themselves a mantra and an understanding of when to intervene and how, that obviously worked very well for him, because he was one of the most lauded and particularly strong people in that community dealing with so many difficult circumstances. I also want to make mention of this because I early on, and then with a little delay, but then again recently, reached out to the faith community in the Bulkley Valley here where I represent. And this has been a particularly stressful time for those in that community as well. Honorable as we are, as elected people who like to gather with others and talk and exchange and have dialogue, the faith community has been incredibly stressed. And I saw within their tension the desire to come back together in the various faith communities right across British Columbia, and unable to do so for good safety reasons. The spiritual and mental health of their constituents was something that has been top of mind for ever since. And I want to say to those that have struggled with this, we see your struggle and we understand, and we are looking in all ways as possible to be able to safely return back to those gatherings, because we know how important that is for so many British Columbians. Now, I want to talk briefly, I suppose, well, not too briefly, about the economy, because this is one of the reasons that I ran in the first place, is to have a vibrant and diverse and strong economy. And I listened to the words in the speech from the Minister of the Environment, who shepherded in $1 billion Clean BC program to talk, not just talk, but to act on that transitioning economy that so many of us have looked for and prayed for and worked for over the many years, of supporting the alternatives, the clean tech, and inspiring those industries from sometimes very traditional sectors of our economy, say in the forestry and mining sectors, to be able to improve not only their performance when it comes to pollutants, general pollution, greenhouse gases, but also to diversify the economy so that we are not putting all of our eggs in the proverbial basket. For too long, British Columbia has seen governments that were so focused on one industry or a couple of handpicked industries, and only doing it the way it was always done. Not innovating, not investing, not taking those risks alongside the private sector to make sure that our industries had multiple legs to stand on, not simply one. Coming from rural British Columbia, I have seen the boom and bust economy. And both ends of it are actually quite terrible. Of course, you prefer the booms over the busts, but even in the booms, housing prices go quickly out of control, as we've seen in too many communities. You can't get people to work for you because there's just too many jobs, not enough workers. And then the cycle inevitably ends. And the anxiety, even in the boom times, can be felt by those in the business and the larger community. And then the bust comes. People leave their houses. The houses go underwater, as they're called, less value than the person paid for it in the original. And we need to stabilize that economy, to have the diversity, to have the range of different experiences and opportunities for people coming through, so that we are not reliant on a price that's set on the New York Stock Exchange or the mercantile exchanges, but is something where we have various opportunities. If one sector takes a downturn, we have other things to rely upon. Now, Stronger BC is part of that program as well, of course, that we've seen in some places like Prince George. I've seen recent reports where we've had more jobs come back than pre-pandemic. 108% of the jobs that existed in Prince George now exist, and a general upturn. And for those particularly living in the city who might not have been noticing, much of that upturn and the stabilization of our economy through this pandemic has happened in the natural resource sector. A friend of mine mentioned mining earlier on. Well, I represent one of the going concerns in mining in Tahltan country, north of where I live, where I think last year somewhere around $250 million was poured into that large region, small population, investing in initiatives to bring about mining. And we've seen initiatives like the recent agreement between the Tahltan, British Columbia, and Canada to set aside a place, a conservation interest that had a mining claim on it in a very sacred and important place for the Tahltan, and defer that out to protect it, and instead support a mining initiative further down the road, which is a much more appropriate and better place. And it was the private sector and government working with Indigenous government to make something very good happen. We've also seen on the forestry side, our government investing more and more in the diversification. We hear it time again from the previous forestry minister, Doug Donaldson, from the current forestry minister, talking about the need to promote value over volume. For far too long, governments, and certainly this was true of the previous government, just simply thought more volume was the answer to every question that you had. Whether there was a softwood lumber dispute, whether prices were high or prices were low, volume, volume, volume. Well, we know on the land base now, there's increasing complexity, there's increasing pressures on decision-making, and there's increasing interest from the public from all walks of life as to what goes on in our forests. And one of the solutions is to make sure that the forestry industry itself, that the good actors are supported, that we have the diversification, that we are not torching 30% out in the slash piles of our province, contributing to GHG emissions and poor air quality for the communities nearby, but also, in my view, and I think the view of many, devaluing what this resource is and what it can be. And we can look to the Scandinavian and other examples around the world of communities and governments who have, over time, valued the resource more, have said that it means more than just simply doing it the same way and only focusing on one or two outlets for that industry. So the biofuels and the new innovation industries, some of them have been around for quite a while. Our government is keenly aware. And I should mention this just in some passing, Mr. Speaker. One of the mandates that I have from the Premier is to look at the way government organizes itself when it comes to resources and decision-making and permitting. We know there are a number of challenges, and we know that FLNRORD, as it's called right now, Forest, Lands, and Natural Resource and Rural Development, is under a great deal of strain in the ability to meet the expectations of the public, of industry, with the increasing complexity, as our government has passed the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into law unanimously through this House, that layer of consultation, that complexity, and I use the word in a positive sense, means that the traditional way of organizing ourselves, of making decisions, of coming together as communities, has to also adapt. And I can recall in the mid-90s, late 90s, we had a very vigorous land use planning, a community land use planning model that was put in place by an NDP government that said, let's solve the conversations, let's have the argument and the debate over land use in our province at the community level with community interests in place before the controversy, the project, before the initiatives are announced. And the previous Liberal government fundamentally stripped away that way of thinking in their own way that the so-called cutting red tape, as if community dialogue and community buy-in was somehow an unwanted thing, but regardless. But cutting away all of that and then issuing guarantees on permitting without the consultation, without the community buy-in, without the social license, and paying only passing mind to rights and title, usually fighting rights and title in court, the previous government did over and over again, that would create more certainty for investors. And in fact, it created the opposite in many cases, because projects were permitted, but achieved no social license in getting there. Well, what do communities do when they're not being heard? Well, they do what anybody does when they're not heard. They resist and they find other ways to have their voices heard, and oftentimes that led to conflict. We know in Stikine, the place that I represent, coming together as communities, understanding the rights and obligations that we have as a government to First Nations people is the only path forward. There just simply isn't another way. There's no going back to those bad old days of the 50s and 60s where government just fired up the bulldozer and did as it would. And we have far too many examples up and down our region and across British Columbia where the colonial nature of governments was to override rights and title obligations that had been struck under treaties and agreements with First Nations over many decades. Now, we were able in a number of key areas to make investments that required us to get along with our municipal partners who are another order of government, First Nations government, and the federal government. I'll give you just two examples that I think would be important to British Columbians and show that what working together can actually do. When Greyhound pulled out of British Columbia, and particularly the Northwest where I represent, there was a great concern, particularly along Highway 16, infamously referred to as the Highway of Tears, for all the many, many, many missing and murdered, particularly Indigenous women and girls over the years. And I've walked this highway with those families over far too long. And when Greyhound pulled out, we knew the risk factor was going to go up. For those at the lower social economic end of things, the ability to get out of their communities, to go for doctor's appointments, to just simply leave town, meant that they had to take more and more precarious forms of transportation. And we said we needed to come together as a community to do that. The current member of Parliament, Taylor Bachrach, was instrumental in this, as were all the mayors up and down the highway, and was the provincial and federal governments in stepping in. And just recently, we announced refunding for the BC Bus to keep people safe, to allow people who don't have the means to have their own vehicle, to not have to take precarious and dangerous transportation. And just recently, my colleague from the North Coast, MLA Race, was able to join with various ministers and announce successfully cell phone service all along the highway that will be put in with our partners in Shaw. This is going from Prince George all the way to Prince Rupert. Folks that don't know will have to get out their maps, but I know colleagues know just how long that stretch of highway is. And we know beyond the benefits of having cell phone service in 2021 for business and just for our daily way of life, the essential service that has become being connected. As a safety measure alone, we know how critically important this is to provide assurance and insurance for those who are getting into a car with someone they hope is a friend. Turns out that they're no longer feeling safe, and they're able to stay in contact with the outside world. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, and I know all colleagues share this sentiment, we will no longer refer to Highway 16 as the Highway of Tears, because young women and girls, particularly Indigenous young women and girls, are kept safe by all of us and all of our efforts to make sure that these unbelievably heart-wrenching stories are no longer just taken as the way it is, as they were for so many years. I wanted to, I know time is precious to us all, Mr. Speaker, talk about an upcoming announcement and an event that has been well publicized in a very northern part of our province, Lower Post, in the Casca de Ludene, who for many years, and this will be shocking for members to realize, that the band office, the community office that people went to go to work in to administer the community, very small, very remote community tucked up against the Yukon border, was the same building in which the residential school had been for many, many years. And I know the Premier has visited this community, and he himself, along with the former MLA for the region, Doug Donaldson, were incredibly moved by the determination and the courage of this community to say this is not acceptable anymore. That walking into this building, a building that was the scene of so much horror, so much violence, where government in generation after generation perpetrated which many would call an attempted genocide, wiping out a people through the most horrific forms of child abuse and cultural abuse imaginable, that shouldn't be the place where you go to work, that should no longer be acceptable. And we're along with our federal counterparts and the great courage of that local leadership, are stepping up this week to finally remedy that. So that community no longer is to look at that building, go to work in that building, as a constant and horrific reminder of how bad things were for so long. As I said at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, my staff put together a list of all of the funding, all of the opportunities that our government has worked with local leadership to bring to Stikine. Because in the midst of a pandemic, there are governments we've seen of a different political orientation across this country and around the world who have seen a pandemic as an opportunity to not invest, to pull back, in fact, from being involved in our communities. And we saw a different opportunity. We've seen in our airports right across the region, from Dease Lake and Atlin all the way through to Smithers, as a vital connection point. We've invested millions of dollars into those places, into recreation, the little perimeter trail that runs around our community, the most utilized piece of infrastructure, recreational infrastructure this community has, more than the hockey rink and the curling rink and the pool. It's the trail. And we know through the pandemic, these places, the outside places in particular, have been incredibly important to our mental and physical well-being. And I heard a comment from someone further south recently in a consultation that talked about our overly loved trails, our overly loved wilderness areas, that our government has invested more and needs to invest more in that critical infrastructure, because we've come to appreciate what it is in our local communities to have this infrastructure in place. We put more than $500,000 into Wet'suwet'en Community Forest. And Mr. Speaker, I'll admit my bias right now. I'm a huge fan of community forests. I think we don't have enough of them, and I hope we have more and larger ones, because I've seen from Fraser Lake to Smithers to communities all across this province, I've seen what a community forest that is shepherded and guided by local community values can put back into our community, along with enhanced forestry stewardship and the ability to hand something down, sometimes and oftentimes better than we found it. Zilikamp Friendship Society, we put $50,000 into that for mental health and addictions. And my colleague, the minister of that portfolio, has been incredible in her dedication and her compassion in dealing with mental health and addictions throughout our province, making more and more opportunities, beds for young people dealing with those same challenges permanently available, so that we could have the opportunities and give people the opportunity to heal, to deal with the challenges that they have. I'm actually renting my constituency office in the Friendship Center. No connection to the funding whatsoever, of course, it's all unfettered. Also, we're finishing off building a school. It's just about a block from here, the Walnut Park School, where my kids attend. Again, funding decision was announced before my kids attended there. Very excited for what's going to happen there. The Dease Lake Airport, the South Hazelton, we brought in almost $1 million to help South Hazelton be connected. In Telkwa, in Stewart, in Atlin, Tahltan Territory, Lower Post, Gitxsan, Wet'suwet'en. There have been funding announcements and supports for people who, in many cases, have worked for years trying to get the attention of government to say, this investment makes sense. This helps our community be stronger. And again, the pandemic has put pressure on all sorts of things and exposed all sorts of weaknesses. And is also, and I would say this broadly, Mr. Speaker, there have been those that seek to protest, that want to challenge the mask orders, that want to challenge the veracity of vaccines, that want to say that this is unfair in the treatment of what's been going on in BC. And no government has ever claimed to be perfect, and nor do we. Yet I have seen the vast majority of British Columbians, of all political persuasions and partisan orientations, more often come together than pull apart. And this might not have even been a conscious decision. But as we sit in this critical moment, more than 1 million vaccines coming now into our province, our government laying out our vision through this throne speech, and next week through the specifics and the budget implementation and how we're going to go through this, that we can further the efforts we've made to build BC back stronger, to see this unprecedented pandemic in which we've had to pivot and change and adapt things that we didn't think were adaptable. I didn't actually think a legislature could be held virtually. I didn't think it would work, and I do prefer being in person, as I know many of my colleagues do. But finding ways to adapt everything in our society, the way we educate our children, the way we think about our healthcare, the importance of long-term care, and building that program up to take care of our elders in a better way. So many things have been known and understood. And here is in the opportunity for a government like ours that does not lack for ambition, that we see this rare opportunity. We know how rare the opportunity is to be able to do good for people, to lower their ICBC rates, to make sure that they don't get evicted in the middle of a pandemic, to help out small and medium businesses to a higher level per capita than any government across this country, including those more conservative governments who portray themselves as business friendly. Lo and behold, it was a social democratic government here in BC that's often criticized for not listening to business enough that was able to step up and help out small businesses who have been suffering. And while nearly 100% of the jobs, the pre-pandemic jobs, have returned in terms of overall numbers, we still know there's a lot of work to do because that hasn't been even and equal across the board. We know our restaurants have suffered. We know that particularly tourism has suffered. And that's why the jobs minister, I know who has a speech coming up, I look forward to hearing from, has been able to pivot programs, bring initiatives forward. And that's why you hear from the BC Chamber, from the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses and others who will validate what this government is doing. And I know for some of my Liberal colleagues across the way, this is hard to hear because they try to portray parties and governments in a certain way. But let's remember the initial moments of this pandemic, of those first moments when we gathered together as legislators, as leaders across this province, and said, there are some things that are just more important than partisan politics in a moment. And in this moment, in that moment, people came together. And in this moment, this throne speech outlaid the vision for this government to continue to invest in things like early learning, in affordable childcare, in a greener, cleaner economy, in a more diversified resource sector, and a better healthcare system for all, to hold us all up so that when we come out of this crisis, when we come out of this challenging time, we will in fact look around and find ourselves more unified and stronger as a province. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and just want to remind the Minister and all members that we don't use current MLA's proper names in our speeches. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud and certainly happy to bring greetings from the Caribou-Chilcotin to, of course, yourself and the rest of this House. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start today by offering my greatest thanks to our constituency assistants. Both Jenny Huffman and Bev Marks have done incredible work in our riding over the last number of months. And I'd also like to thank Hannah Levitt, who is here as my legislative assistant, who of course helps us to get the message from the Caribou to many offices here in Victoria. Mr. Speaker, if ever there was a speech that British Columbians would have listened to and waited for, it would have been the 2021 speech from the throne. With the budget for the upcoming year well delayed to later this month, with so many disastrous rollouts of recovery benefits, British Columbians have been waiting with eager anticipation to hear what this two-term government will have in store for the coming year. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we've endured an extremely difficult past year, and I think that the people of this province were holding on for a much more significant announcement than what we've heard here in this government's throne speech. Over the past year, British Columbians have faced quarantine, lockdowns, separation from our friends, family, and loved ones. Our seniors have been separated from us also, and over the past year, they have paid the ultimate price of isolation and loneliness. Our business community has endured one of the most difficult times on record. They've struggled through these same lockdowns. They've reinvented the way that they do business, and they've repeatedly added protections for their staff and their patrons at a cost of millions upon millions of dollars for the business sector. Businesses like restaurants, gyms, tourism operations, guide outfitters, and many more have not only paid the price financially, but the large majority of these businesses have also had to respond to massive change in public health orders with little or no warning at all. I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, that in some cases, particularly restaurants, have had less than 24 hours notice, and still they respond and follow the orders and reinvent themselves. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you of at least one restaurant in my riding, and I know there are more, that were really counting on the Easter weekend so much so that they had ordered thousands of dollars of food. This food, Mr. Speaker, in the case of this restaurant, was not the kind of food that you might take home and reheat. These were specialty cuts and seafood. They had hired extra staff and really felt as though the end of the tunnel was near. But no. This throne speech was very important to all of these people, and all of them, I feel, had hoped for more. We've heard the empty promises, and we've seen with our own eyes programs introduced over the past year, and we've seen these programs fail, or at the very least not work half as well as they've been sold to the good people of this province. A promise of $500 made during the election to be received by most British Columbians by Christmas of 2020 has still not been completed. To me, Mr. Speaker, it is shocking that our office is still dealing with people that have not received these funds long after applying. It's April, Mr. Speaker, and some are still waiting after 4 months. A $300 million fund was established to help businesses of this province as part of a rare, unanimous decision by everyone in this place to agree to support this, and then, Mr. Speaker, the program completely stalled. Completely. Mr. Speaker, only about a third of these funds have actually made it to the end user, which were the businesses of this province. 1/3, Mr. Speaker, as so many of these businesses have absolutely been crushed by public health orders. Then there was another announcement about a circuit breaker grant. Most businesses stuck in this mess were, I'm sure, excited to find out that help was once again on the way, or at least certainly the ones that I've been working with. Sadly, these funds were simply renamed under an old program. This wasn't helpful for these businesses that have already applied and are now at the brink. They needed new funding, Mr. Speaker. They needed new help. After all, these are new orders. I can assure you that these businesses were hopeful for real answers in this throne speech. These events have affected all British Columbians. But here in the riding that I represent, the beautiful Caribou-Chilcotin, there has been added pressure of fires that have ravaged our forests in 2017, followed by more fire in 2018. Mr. Speaker, what has followed these devastating fires has been devastating floods throughout the entire riding. This is another reason that this throne speech was so important, and the reason that so many of us in this riding were so eager to hear the outcome of this speech this week. So many of the residents that have been affected by these events have sought the help of the province through different programs, and many of them have been denied financial assistance that they've asked for. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that some of these requests have actually come from local governments in my riding, that the problems, they're really too large for them to deal with themselves. I have a perfect example of this with respect to a landslide in the area of Williams Lake known as Frizzy Road. The province helped our city after a major landslide in this area last year. It broke city main sewer lines that ran through this beautiful valley. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, we were grateful at the time for that help of this first very major slide. At the time, our city warned of potentially more damage and predicted that we would see more landslides in this area. The city has requested the help of the province to curtail the damage of these future slides, but, Mr. Speaker, they were denied. And I heard nothing in this throne speech that would indicate that help might be on the way. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that over the past 3 weeks, we've had 2 more slides in that area, which has affected multiple businesses in the area, along with, of course, the river valley itself. Furthermore, there is a mobile home park very near this slide area, and when I say near, I mean people's homes are within feet of these areas. The railroad tracks are now within 100 feet of this slide area, and this last slide a week or so ago, has damaged infrastructure, including a storm sewer and more. These requests for help have been denied. As I said, I know that the residents of this province have all struggled, and I also know that so many regions have had similarly difficult situations. We had all hoped for more, Mr. Speaker. As a rural development critic, I had hoped to hear so much more in this speech about our rural roads, which are currently being ignored by our government. There are areas in rural BC where the roads are currently devastated and crumbling. Mr. Speaker, there are roads in rural BC where we have lost them entirely. They are gone due to flooding or landslides, and in some cases, they've been left for the past 4 years with no resolve. We have a bridge on the way to the Canham-Hendricks Road where the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure has reduced the speed to 20 kilometers per hour, and it's still unsafe because of the broken and destroyed surface. Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure of culverts, roads, and bridges is crumbling in some areas, and this throne speech has not significantly addressed any of this. It might surprise you to know that I have discussed a culvert in a location on Dog Creek Road that has absolutely wreaked havoc on the people of this area. It is currently flooding at least a half a dozen homes, and it continues to literally rip a home in two. Mr. Speaker, the residents of this home have had to vacate because it's no longer safe to live there. This watercourse has destroyed Dog Creek Road and Highway 20 repeatedly for the past 4 years. It has also caused significant damage below this area and also has been ignored by this government. Even with multiple requests from our local government, Mr. Speaker, a city councillor asked me if they needed to close Dog Creek Road and cut off the residents to make a point to our provincial government. I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures. All of this is very concerning to millions of people in this province. These messages that have been conveyed from our constituents to this government seem to be ignored. I know that on several occasions I've been told that a minister or a ministry would meet with me and or my constituents, and of course these meetings don't seem to happen. Believe me, Mr. Speaker, I would give credit if it were due. Our local offices are staffed by extremely hardworking, devoted people who have given everything that they have to help, everything that they have to solve the problems in the riding. But they've also reported that their hands have been tied due to lack of funds. And to me, it is unclear, Mr. Speaker, if we simply don't have the funds for the people of rural British Columbia, or if these departments are stuck in a position of having to wait for funds due to the delay in the budget being presented. Every day in my riding, I advocate for people that are stuck in the cracks of a very complex system. And while this government usually takes time to lay blame at our feet and could often be quoted as saying, for 16 years they failed, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge that for the last 2 terms and soon to be half a decade that they've had the wheel. It is I who am shocked to hear that a government would, after an entire term in office, ignore the fact that many of the problems that our residents deal with on a day-to-day basis are getting worse. And rather than solve these problems, they choose to blame previous governments. By the way, Mr. Speaker, this is during a time that they have had very much support from this opposition. I truly believe that in these particularly challenging times, British Columbians expected firm answers and good solutions to our very significant issues. I think that, Mr. Speaker, strike that, I know that many of my constituents expected clear direction and clear understanding of what the future holds. I know this because the people of the Cariboo-Chilcotin are not shy about conveying their thoughts to their MLA. They no longer want to hear about 16 years. They want to know what our government is going to do for the coming year They want to know why our government won't accept responsibility for the past term. Mr. Speaker, they want to know how we will save lives with respect to the opioid crisis, which is impacting people in significant numbers in rural British Columbia. And Mr. Speaker, it's happening with very few resources for rural communities to fight it. Mr. Speaker, in this speech, they wanted to hear how we would make real progress on poverty and homelessness. Mr. Speaker, the time for the blame game is over. This second-term government, a majority government, is firmly at the helm of this ship, and our residents expected more. The people wanted more answers with respect to the solutions to save businesses and to slow business closures, clear answers, good benefit programs, not rehashed programs that appear will take years to get to the people that really need this the most. Years, Mr. Speaker. It's not an understatement, and that is what seems shocking. But it is a fact that so many of these programs that have been offered up to this government are not complete. They're not getting to the people that they need to, not helping, even though in many cases they've been supported by everyone in this House. More hope was anticipated as to how we may create new jobs, new projects in this province. And Mr. Speaker, there was no clear direction that I could see. I honestly get a sense from the people in my riding, the residents of the Cariboo-Chilcotin, that some of them can't wait much longer, particularly the businesses of our area. But as I pointed out earlier, there are still residents waiting for their $500 recovery benefit that was promised in the election of late fall of 2020. Mr. Speaker, the results and damage of COVID have been significant and quite obvious, but the results of these delays for such greatly needed relief and funding to both individuals and businesses is alarming, but also more difficult to understand the damage that has been done due to these delays. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the damage is massive. The programs that have been announced in the past, and as I've said before, approved by everyone here, have to move faster. These programs must deploy immediately. The pandemic has raged on for so long in our province, and many are, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, desperate. It is the understatement of the year to say that these people need help now. In fact, they needed it 6 months ago or a year ago. And sadly, for some, no amount of help will do good now. For some, it's simply too late. That, Mr. Speaker, is why so many had looked to this speech this week for answers. Mr. Speaker, I think we were all pretty eager, all hoping for clear directions and solutions, but those did not come. I get a sense from so many people that they are truly losing hope. I mean truly. This at a time when we should be looking forward to an end to this. This at a time when we should be close to being able to put some of this behind us. But things do not appear to look like that to me. In fact, things appear to be getting worse daily. The throne speech spoke of a vaccination rollout with some big numbers being accomplished by June. And I, for one, am extremely hopeful for this also. I've been very active in providing information in my riding with respect to the schedule, with respect to the progress, and must say these goals are admirable because honestly, Mr. Speaker, the rollout for vaccines in the Cariboo-Chilcotin has been anything but smooth. In the 100 Mile House area particularly. Again, I will give accolades to the men and women working locally to get this job done. Without question, they've been working very hard, night and day, to accomplish this. But as I said, it's been very challenging in my riding. Phone operators have been confused as to locations for our vaccination clinics. We've had large numbers of our seniors sent out of town, in some cases 2.5 hours away to Kamloops to be vaccinated. This, of course, at a time when road conditions have not been the best, as we have winter still trying to hold on in our region. The throne speech, as I said, was suggesting some pretty big success with respect to vaccines being deployed by the end of June. I hope that's the case because people are wary, Mr. Speaker. They're absolutely wary. We've had a very strong lobby for the sport of rodeo throughout this province, very strong. It's been the talk of this House many times over the past month or so. We've heard nothing in this speech that would give hope not only to the organizers of rodeo events, but nothing for any other outdoor events either, nothing for agri-fairs, harvest fairs, car shows, etc. Even though we've heard that the largest vaccine rollout in history in this province is not only well underway and going well, but that we would see us through having most British Columbians vaccinated by the end of June with their first shot. Mr. Speaker, we've heard nothing in this speech about new funding opportunities for businesses like C+ Rodeos of 150 Mile House that are sure to be on the verge of insolvency. Their cost of feeding these animals for what will be a second year of not having these events will simply be too much for them to continue. We've tried to encourage meetings with different ministers with respect to these issues, but at this point we've been unsuccessful. We had hoped to be able to present ideas and suggestions as to how these events may be held safely and carefully, but as I said, Mr. Speaker, we've not been able to connect with the ministers to discuss this. These requests are coming at a time that we see our neighbours in Alberta returning to these outdoor sports. Of course, not with massive crowds that you would expect from times past, but in a responsible, well-thought-out manner. It's not just contractors like this one that are at risk of losing significantly. Mr. Speaker, I've also discussed in the past the loss of high school rodeo circuit. These youth athletes compete for scholarships, Mr. Speaker, and without this sport happening throughout the summer and late fall, they have no chance to compete and win the right to this post-secondary education. As I said, so many people were waiting to hear the results of this throne speech, and so many people had hope for big things for the coming year, but none of that was present here. I know that in the case of so many businesses, they needed new funding. C+ Rodeo received help last summer, a year ago, Mr. Speaker. It helped them to get through to this spring, but those programs are over. Those programs ended for many businesses, and some of these businesses were able to qualify, but qualified under old funding models that have been approved by this House months ago. There wasn't anything significant with respect to new funding. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, these businesses have been holding on, trying to make it, and we must applaud them. Most people are prepared to survive without income for 3 to 6 months, but some of these businesses will have to hold on for 2 years, and that is a daunting task to say the least. I know I have focused much on C+ Rodeo and rodeos in general, but as I mentioned before, so many industries are in harm's way. Tourism operators throughout this province have struggled asking for additional funds and only receiving a small percentage of that ask. They continue to ask in my riding for help, particularly in the Chilcotin, where many of the clientele come from overseas. Mr. Speaker, many of these tourism operators have had no business, and none have had great business. Again, these businesses need help, and it does appear that they will be struggling through a second difficult summer. Some of them simply won't make it alone. Mr. Speaker, it's not just businesses in our community that I worry about. There were no significant answers with respect to crime in the Caribou-Chilcotin. There's been much of it over the past years, and certainly a lot of it over the past year. Just last month, we had more than $100,000 worth of damage to postal boxes in our riding as thieves attempted to steal shipments from online retailers. Even if there was nothing to steal in these boxes in the 100 Mile House area, they still caused tens of thousands of dollars of damage. In Williams Lake, the City Council has reached out to the province with a demand for a public inquiry into crime, specifically with respect to prolific offenders. This initiative has been supported by all levels of government, including MLAs, MPs, regional representatives. These individuals have reached out to the government and have received no response. The local RCMP have become so frustrated that they have now released press releases regarding one individual that has been charged more than 100 times and is still freed after committing another crime. Frustration levels with respect to these situations are running at all-time highs, and there was nothing in the throne speech with respect to crime in our riding. I was glad to hear the comments regarding connectivity. Although it's not the first time that we've heard these promises, not only is this imperative for the riding of the Cariboo-Chilcotin, but in my role as critic for rural development, this has been identified as the #1 issue for rural British Columbia. As I said, I was pleased to hear that again we've been promised better connectivity, and I certainly, along with all of my colleagues, do intend to hold our government to account on this province. No longer can we expect our emergency services in the Chilcotin to communicate with ham radios. I know it seems shocking, but this in fact is the way that our paramedics and search and rescue communicate when they are called to a situation in the Chilcotin. No longer can we expect people to try and function with dial-up or satellites that can no longer operate efficiently or, for that matter, Mr. Speaker, safely. In the end, so many people were hopeful for great things from this speech, not just businesses, but seniors, young families, people stuck in financial situations that are well beyond their control. I had hoped for more. I think we all did. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the women and men who have played a large role in helping us to maneuver through this challenging time. During these outbreaks in the Cariboo-Chilcotin, we had as many as 14 healthcare workers sick at one time in Cariboo Memorial Hospital. They contracted the virus through their work, of course, in our hospital, and we were all very, very grateful that all of those frontline workers had a full recovery. It was declared an outbreak of its own in our community. We're also very grateful to those men and women who came from all over the province to fill those spots during this very trying time of need. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful, as are all of our residents, for other frontline workers that played such key roles during some very challenging events, during lockdowns, etc., that have created shortages of supplies and difficulties in access, but our grocers, our cashiers, pharmacists, and other staff continued every day to allow us to come into their space and to purchase much-needed food and medical supplies. Our veterinarians and our vet techs have never closed and have continued to care for our pets and livestock through these challenging times as well. Our volunteers, our search and rescue, and our fire departments have never taken a break. And thank you to all of the people in our distribution system that have continued to keep those supplies coming. To those volunteer groups and individuals who have reinvented themselves over and over to continue doing the great work that our communities benefit from, thank you. Thank you to our farmers and our ranchers who keep the food coming in these challenging times. Mr. Speaker, I am personally so grateful for all of these people, but certainly so many, many more. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to this House and to you, Mr. Speaker, for the honor to speak here today.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver Hastings.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I was up next. I think the list is wrong.
Thank you, member. We will ignore the list and go to the Minister of Jobs, who is standing in the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that comment in a really fast way because I was just leaving the House, but no problem. Happy to speak to this throne speech, Honourable Speaker, one that I'm very proud to speak in favour of. This is my first opportunity to speak after being re-elected as the member for North Delta, Honourable Speaker. So again, in the beginning, I want to thank the many constituents of my riding who have given me the privilege and honour to represent them here today, and of course, my family and friends and many supporters who worked tirelessly to give me the opportunity to represent North Delta again, and in the honour of taking on a greater portfolio within the government. Honourable Speaker, the speech started off reflecting on how hard times have been for people in BC. The throne speech reflected on many people who we've lost and reflected on how people have lost loved ones along the way. Honourable Speaker, we were one of them in our family. We lost my dad. It was very difficult. It was on the day of the election, and had spoken to him the night before. He was in good condition, good health. He had just played soccer with his friends. He was asking me if I had heard if there was going to be an election. We talked for a little while, and we got a sudden phone call that he was having some chest pains. He refused to go to the hospital because he was a stubborn person. And my mom called me and said, can you please talk to him because he won't go. Anyways, long story short, we did end up calling the ambulance. And that was the last time we spoke with him. Honourable Speaker, for families that are mourning loved ones during this time, and I know my colleague from Surrey Panorama who also lost her mom during the pandemic, it's particularly challenging. Not being able to grieve the way you would like to grieve, not having the family support structure that you normally would have to be able to be there, not having your father's loved ones and siblings to be able to join you. It was particularly hard, and I think those families that the throne speech talked about who are mourning lost loved ones, whether it was directly from COVID or not, I think will have to do their mourning when we get past COVID. So my heart goes out to all those that have had to go to similar situations. Of course, I mentioned my colleague from Surrey Panorama who had to go through a similar situation. It's very hard, and my heart goes out to them, and I appreciate that the throne speech commented on that pain that many people are feeling. The throne speech also reflected on many people that we lost, Honourable Speaker, and I think I could spend half an hour talking about all of them, but I just want to highlight Sharan Gill, who was a tirelessly strong advocate for people, working people, immigrating to Canada and from day one fighting for workers that worked in agriculture, helping form the first union for fighting for workers in the agriculture sector, formed the Progressive Intercultural Society, Cultural Society, so that he can build a senior center for seniors and then build housing for seniors, and just his life commitment to social justice and making life better for others. And if you ever had the opportunity to talk with him, he rarely talked about himself. He, in fact, never would talk about his accomplishments. He always talked about other people and why he was fighting. It was for other people. And so again, I appreciate the throne speech mentioning him. My heart goes out to his family. And I know that when the new diversity village, the Guru Nanak Diversity Village is built to accommodate more housing for seniors, we'll also have a moment to reflect on him and his commitment to British Columbia and in particular to our seniors, and we'll be able to celebrate his life at that time. Honourable Speaker, the throne speech also reflected on the other pandemic that's going parallel to this time. And in particular, the loss of lives from overdose crisis. I've had the opportunity, and it's very challenging, to talk to family members who have lost a loved one to overdose. I had the opportunity to talk to a person who had just lost a son during the election virtually. The hardest conversation I've ever had in my life. Hearing about their young son who had the future ahead of them and struggled with mental health issues, and just to hear how fast and how suddenly things turned, and not having their child there with them was the hardest thing I've had to do as an MLA. But I know that there's many other people that have lost their lives along in this, particularly this tough year, isolated away from other people, and I really appreciated the parallel health emergency and the throne speech talking about that. Honourable Speaker, also, I think it's important to recognize all the healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, the folks cleaning up hospitals. I was really proud at 7 p.m. every night to bang on the pots and pans with my neighbors. And although we don't do that anymore, I think we're all still thinking about those people that are on the front lines, helping save people during this very challenging time. And I appreciated the recognition there. Honourable Speaker, of course the throne speech talked and framed out where we were pre-pandemic, and certainly it's easy to forget because it feels like a lifetime ago that we've been in this situation. But prior to COVID pandemic, Honourable Speaker, BC was an economic leader in this province. We had a lot to be proud of. We were leading the country, the fastest in rising wages. Workers and people were seeing more money in their pockets. Unemployment was at one of the lowest in Canada. For 2 years, we had balanced budgets. We had a AAA credit rating. We were building affordable housing, Honourable Speaker, for people, helping them while they were going through some of the most challenging times. Investing, of course, in childcare. I was fortunate to see a lot of childcare spaces opened up in my community. We were also able to see a lot of families that were reaching out to me because they were seeing direct savings from some of the programs that we had implemented in our communities. Honourable Speaker, there's the throne speech talked about infrastructure, and I think it's important for me to mention some of the things that my community has benefited from in the infrastructure announcements. Of course, the throne speech talked about George Massey Crossing. Again, emphasized that it's a priority. We met our timelines for having the business plan done by the end of last year, and I know the Minister of Transportation is having active conversations with our federal counterparts who had committed during the last election to help with financial contribution to this critical piece of infrastructure. I'm grateful to Mayor and Council of my community. I'm grateful to the Mayor of Richmond and White Rock, who I've had opportunities to speak to about the importance of this critically important infrastructure project for my community and for our community collectively and for the region. Honourable Speaker, we also had the opportunity to announce historic funding right during the pandemic, unfortunately, for a state-of-the-art track facility in North Delta. And the throne speech talked about infrastructure, and it talks about obviously roads and other type of infrastructure, but there's other social infrastructure that is critically important. And this track, Honourable Speaker, is a game changer for my community. Too often people in my community would share with me that they felt like our community just didn't get the things that they deserved, and that we had a clay track where when it rained, everybody would get muddied up, and people didn't have a place. Both athletes didn't have a place to train, to compete, but also folks who just wanted to get out and exercise with their families didn't have a place. Honourable Speaker, when I first moved to North Delta in 2004, I was training to compete, and I had ambitious goals to make it to the 2008 Olympics, and I was running on that clay track. It was raining, and I twisted my ankle, and I remember taking my shoes off and thinking to myself, how the heck am I ever going to make it if I have to go through this? And I was so down and out. I still remember that moment. And so when this track was announced, and the Minister for Infrastructure announced the funding, I couldn't help think that maybe that moment wasn't there for me, but it will be there for other young people in my community. But it's more than that. It's an opportunity for people in my community to have a place to gather, a place where there's lights at nighttime for people to walk in a safe way, away from roads, to gather with their friends and family. So many of our elders can get together with covered picnic tables, to play cards if they choose to walk, to have exercises. There's brand new washrooms coming to that. And also it's going to become a state-of-the-art facility for future athletes, whether that's people directly from my community or for within the region. It will become a hub for the entire community, and I'm so proud of that infrastructure announcement for all levels of government to partner. We saw the city step up. We saw the school board step up and ensure that the land was available and was transferred over to the city. The city stepped up with money. The federal government came in at 1/3. We came at 1/3, and the community is just so looking forward to this facility being opened up and available for the community. Certainly, I hope in the coming weeks. I had a chance to drive by, and it looks almost complete. The last stages of completion, of course, can't come soon enough. Honourable Speaker, of course, there's other infrastructure pieces that are talked about in the budget, and one of the things that wasn't directly mentioned, but obviously infrastructure was mentioned, was playgrounds. Ministry of Education funds a playground every year in every school district in the province, and that playground right now is what's saving a lot of communities. Honestly, we've got to think of when the pandemic started and when schools were closed in March and April, and a lot of young people couldn't go to school, and we're losing that social interaction and that challenge and that pressure on mental health that it put on young kids. My son in particular really struggled. I think that anyone in this house that has either children or grandchildren will know that as elected officials, your children have a higher responsibility than the average child, where sometimes kids maybe will gather at a park to play. Our kids don't have that opportunity the same way because, of course, people have higher expectations of us and our families, and they have impacts of that. But the mental health impact of the pandemic on kids in particular has been a challenge, and I've had several messages from families to say, you know, that new playground that you guys built and funded in our community, it's packed. My kid is there all the time, and it's saved us. And so that social infrastructure that we think of maybe not as important as the larger infrastructure is critically important for our communities. And I'm so grateful for the new playgrounds that we have in our community that were mentioned in the throne speech. The throne speech also mentioned a few things, Honourable Speaker, around the challenge that we're seeing in this pandemic with racism. I was fortunate when I first got elected. The Premier gave me the responsibility to travel the province when we could travel, to hear from communities about how we can bring back a Human Rights Commission. It was a phenomenal experience, very difficult to go into rooms to hear from people about some of the most traumatic experiences that they've faced, and some of the traumatic experiences they've faced through generations. The intergenerational trauma that communities have faced, and the opportunities we have with the Human Rights Commission to be an independent body to help be a social audit for us as a society. But from that day on, and the work that I had been assigned by the Premier to do on racism, we could feel that something was happening. And of course, people linked it to an American president who made it safer and more public, that you could say things that perhaps you couldn't say before, made it safer for people to be more outward with their acts of hate and intolerance. But he's gone now. But the racism is still in our communities. The instances are still happening. And so you can't paint it on one person, Honourable Speaker. We have a responsibility, and it's easy for us to look at jurisdictions elsewhere and say, look, it's happening over there. It's much harder for us to turn back and reflect on where we are now and acknowledge that we have work to do. And when I see the incidences of racism, of hate towards people of Asian descent, it makes my blood boil. And I know that all members of this House find it deeply offensive. And again, I'm grateful that it was mentioned here. Prior to the pandemic, I had worked with folks within the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture to create a brand new program. Of course, the former minister and I were able to launch the new program, which puts seed funding in communities so that communities can organize, so that we can address racism at the heart, at the root of the problem. It's easy to say we're going to announce a provincial program, but if the communities aren't organizing and bringing people together and mobilizing on the grassroots level, we will not be able to address it. Of course, we're going to need education. Education is critical. I know the Black community has been working closely with the Minister of Education to address racism towards the Black community, which is distinctly different. And they feel racism distinctly different than other people of color. I'm privileged, Honourable Speaker. I can speak English fairly well, but I don't have an accent. I don't have a beard. I don't have a turban. Those things give me a huge advantage over many of my colleagues who have to face different levels of intolerance and hate in their communities. But that being said, Honourable Speaker, the way through that is through education, it's through community activism, it's working at the grassroots level, it's working with our university partners, our business community, with our not-for-profits, having them all at the table and saying, well, let's work collectively and acknowledge where we have to do better, but also how we can do better as a community. And so I appreciated the comments in the throne speech regarding that. Honourable Speaker, the throne speech also talked about where we go forward. There's a line in the throne speech in particular that I really appreciated, and I've used it multiple times, which is we're all in the same storm, but we're in different boats. And I think that's critically important for us to acknowledge that not only are we all facing and feeling the pandemic differently, but businesses are feeling it all differently as well. And I think of when we have the conversation about who's been greatly impacted by the pandemic, we saw in March and April in particular, when schools and childcare facilities were closed, we saw a significant drop in employment, in particular with women, greatly outnumbering the loss in jobs from men. And of course, I think that rightfully people could argue that that's sexism, and that's a broader discussion in society that we need to have. But it's critically linked to that important decisions that were made at the time to close schools for safety reasons. But since then, we've started to see that gap start to close, Honourable Speaker. But this is why we make critical investments in childcare. This is why I'm so proud of the investments that we've been making. I'm so proud of the work of the Minister of State for Childcare on the work she's doing around childcare, because I agree it's a social issue, but this pandemic has shown us that it's actually an economic issue. The more investments we make, the more spaces we create, the more opportunities we create for the economy, the more opportunities we create for women to enter the workforce. Of course, we know Black communities and new immigrant communities have disproportionately been impacted, both as job losses, lost work hour, lost wages, as well businesses that are owned by Black and Indigenous and newcomers to this country have faced the impact disproportionately. And I'm proud, again, in the throne speech, it talks about the supports and how some of our supports are tailored to those communities, and I'll go through some of those momentarily. Honourable Speaker, the throne speech talked about our lens on economic recovery. And we know innovation is going to drive economic recovery for us as a province, not looking at just what next year looks like, but where 10 years and 20 years where the economy will go. Innovation is going to be critically important. We've seen huge innovations during the pandemic in government, outside of government, in society, and I'll touch on some of those things momentarily. We know that whatever the economic recovery looks like must be sustainable. We must have a focus on climate change as we look at what that recovery looks like, and that will help drive innovation, will help drive the economy, and we're well positioned on that, and I look forward to talking more about that. And of course, our economic recovery must be inclusive, and that means focusing on reconciliation with Indigenous people, which I'm proud that our government has put particular attention and focus on. But it also means addressing the inequalities in our society, and that happens through multiple measures like childcare, housing, investing in our care economy, our social infrastructure, investing in our healthcare system, which I'm so proud of the work the Minister of Health is doing, and it's obviously spoken through the throne speech in multiple stages. I want to talk a little bit about the innovation focus, Honourable Speaker, and it's something that our ministry is particularly focused on. We know the economy is changing. We know that consumer habits and consumer buying habits have changed dramatically in this pandemic. Things that we thought would happen 7, 10, maybe even 12 years from now are happening in 1 year, and that pace is not about to slow down. So when we look at where our small businesses need to be, the conversation I've been having over and over with them is they know this change is coming so fast and they need support to make that change. And that's why the two programs that I'm particularly proud of is one, the Digital Bootcamp program, Honourable Speaker, and the other one is the Launch Online. The Digital Bootcamp is a huge success. I've spoken with so many businesses that went through that. Some of them have completely changed their business models, have completely changed the business that they're even in. We had a trampoline operator in the interior who took the course thinking that they would build a website and help market their company. But now they're actually in the business of creating online marketing for other businesses from this one phenomenal experience in the Digital Bootcamp experience. The Launch Online has been a huge success. Of course, we had dollars associated to that program to see businesses up to $7,500 so that they can both get their online presence, to set up their marketing campaign, to buy images, to buy subscriptions, whatever they may need, up to 75%. The program had such a high uptake, we've increased it to over $40 million for businesses. But what we did was we put 30% of the fund dedicated to rural communities, and in particular to Black and Indigenous communities. Honourable Speaker, we did that because we didn't want the dollars to be swallowed up by just Metro Vancouver and Greater Victoria region. We wanted to ensure that all communities would see the benefit, and we are, Honourable Speaker. Close to 40% of all those dollars are going to rural communities, going to Indigenous communities, and going to Black community businesses. And so when we know this change is coming, it's important for us to ensure that all our communities get a chance to participate in that change and see themselves reflected in that change. And those dollars are going a long way. Just in comparison, Ontario had a similar program, which was also $40 million, and they have 3 times the population. So we're well positioned with the equivalent dollars to help our businesses in that transition. You know, another focus of ours in the innovation sector, and the time is flying by, so I'll talk a little bit faster, is agritech. Agritech has huge opportunities for us to help support our farmers currently, to help their productivity, to support them with technology so that their farms can become more efficient in how they operate. They can become more sustainable, using less water, using less electricity, and the opportunities are huge. We had an agritech grant, which was mentioned in the throne speech, Honourable Speaker, and it was a huge success. You know, I was hopeful that maybe 30 companies may apply for the dollars. We had over 100 companies apply for the grants. Huge uptake, and I've had the privilege and the opportunity to talk to companies from all over the world who want to invest in British Columbia because we have some of the most innovative farming communities here in BC already, adopting the top technologies. We have wonderful land opportunities for companies to invest. We have cheap, clean energy, which is a huge bonus for them, especially those companies that want to grow indoors, vertically, like Cubic Farms in Langley, for example. Of course, huge investments made by TELUS. Many people don't know, but TELUS has 1,500 employees that are working in the agritech space right now. It's phenomenal, and this sector is going to grow. We're going to put particular focus on that. Of course, life sciences is a great opportunity for us. Some of the solutions to the greatest challenges of COVID are being solved here in British Columbia. We have the fastest life science sector, growing sector in the country. Of course, there'll be more to come. I had a chance to talk to the CEO of AbCellera, who's helping us on plans of how we can move forward in a good way. Of course, stem cell, precision nanotech systems. We have Starfish Medical. The list can go on, but I'll move on in the interest of time. Part of the innovation economy, Honourable Speaker, is ensuring that we close that digital divide. We have seen for years the budget for expanding internet connections was around $10 million a year. When we formed government, we moved it to $50 million a year. And this last year, the budget for that was $100 million a year. So that was the base $50 million plus the money from Stronger BC that was a top-up. A significant increase in dollars so that we can ensure that rural communities get access, because it's a human right now, Honourable Speaker. Everything is going online, services like court system, like healthcare, and we need to ensure that communities have that internet connection so they can diversify also their economies. Many communities that I've spoken to see opportunities with young families wanting to move to rural communities, more affordable, better lifestyle for many, enjoying the outdoors. And so this is an important opportunity now with more and more people wanting to move, can work remotely. I met with a tech company recently that has 68 employees. 48 employees of their 68 are now living outside of Metro Vancouver when they were all in Metro Vancouver at the time of the pandemic. Phenomenal change, Honourable Speaker. Many moving to the island. A couple moved, I believe, to Clearwater. And so I think the future for us, and something that we'll have to see, is how the nature of work changes and what that means to where people want to live as they go forward. So the sustainability piece will be also critically important for us. I know that our Minister for Climate Change Action is working closely with my ministry and other ministries on what that next stage can look like for Clean BC. Already we have one of the boldest plans in North America, but we can do better because we have to continue to be leaders. As the new Biden administration has come in, I've had some conversations with the U.S. ambassador about what that may mean for British Columbia. U.S. wants to be more active in the climate change debate, and we have the climate change solutions here in British Columbia that can help them reach their goals. But also the changes that we've brought in position our companies in a better position in the U.S. now to put our products into that market. It helps position BC as what we already are as a producer of clean products. Our supply chains are clean because of our hydrogrid. So we see huge opportunities not only in the U.S. but all over the world, and that's some work we'll be doing. And of course, the recovery needs to be inclusive, and it needs to ensure everyone is participating in that. So when we make investments in housing, when we make investments in healthcare, when we make investments in childcare, when we make investments in advanced education, those things are not social issues. Those are helping drive the economy. And I think what the COVID pandemic has taught us is that we can't separate those. All those things are one. The investments on social infrastructure are investments in the economy. The investments in the economy are investments in taking care of our people, and they go hand in hand. And that is going to be a critical part of our economic recovery, is tying that together so that we move together in a good way. When I meet with chambers across the province, they talk about mental health. They talk about addiction. This is not the traditional conversation that you perhaps would hear at the chamber, but business community is understanding that this is all linked. They're advocating for childcare. Tech companies are saying to me, well, if we have more childcare, we're able to get more women in the workforce, which will make us more productive, which make our companies stronger and better positioned to be global players. That's amazing, Honourable Speaker. And so I'm really proud of those conversations. I wish I was a designated speaker. I could talk for a couple of hours about this, and I haven't even got to the second page of my notes. But I'll just start ending there and just say that, Honourable Speaker, I'm very proud of this throne speech. I'm really proud of everybody in this chamber. I know that during question period we see kind of the theatre of this place, but I know away from the theatre, everybody here is for doing the best they can for their communities. We're all in it for the right reasons, and we are going to get through this pandemic together. And when we do, we will have a big celebration, and then we'll go back to our corners and do the work that our people elected us to do. So with that, Honourable Speaker, I am proud to support this throne speech, and I look forward to the budget, and I look forward to hearing my colleagues share their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Recognizing the member for Abbotsford South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Welcome.
Well, I'd like to thank all British Columbians for their efforts during the past year of this incredibly trying time. and for their future sacrifices in the months ahead of us as the vaccine continues to roll out. I'd also be remiss if on this day, coming from Abbotsford South, that has a very proud population from Punjab, if I was not to wish them all a happy Vaisakhi. And I know that this year is not like past years. And I know that people are hurting. They want to get together. It is spring. It's the time of work. It's the time of gathering. Yet this year, Vaisakhi will not be as it has been in the past. And as was mentioned before, I very much look forward to celebrating next year when this is behind us. I want to thank all the people of Abbotsford who have pulled together as a community to protect our region, to pitch in where they needed to stay home when they needed to look after the elders that they had living around them. Abbotsford, I'm proud to say, and Aldergrove is one of the most giving communities in all of Canada, as a matter of fact, and they have done that. But sadly, we must acknowledge the troubling loss created by this pandemic. To date, there's been 1,513 British Columbians who have tragically lost their lives to this disease. And it pains me to say that we're not finished with that yet. Our work is not yet done. We need a safe and efficient vaccine rollout. And we need to continue to prioritize frontline workers, even those who may be 20 to 39 years of age. I need to stop here for a minute, Mr. Speaker. I was very much deeply troubled by the words that I heard from this government with regards to those that are 29 to 39 years of age. By far, they are on the front lines. They have been servers in restaurants. They have been receptionists. They have been working where there is direct contact with people. That's the nature of the jobs that 20 to 39-year-olds hold. Many of them have put their lives on hold. And I remember being that age, 6 months is an eternity. As you get older, you wonder what the heck happened to the last 6 months. It seemed like just yesterday. I want them to know that I believe in them, that I support them, and I do not think they're blowing it any worse than the rest of us are. And I'm proud of the work that they're doing. I'm particularly proud of my grandchildren who fall in that age category, who have put their lives on hold as they try to get their education in university, one of which wants to be a marine biologist and cannot travel to fulfill her next portion of that. I know that she has cried many nights because she feels helpless and stuck, and her life is on hold as a result of this pandemic. Many of us feel that way. I want to thank educators and essential workers. I want to thank our police, our fire, our first responders, and our border, those that protect our borders, the CBSA. British Columbians continue to do their part at a tremendous economic cost to themselves, and they deserve appropriate economic support from this government. This government has a responsibility to be leaders and to guide our province through this pandemic and into economic recovery. By delaying that vital relief, failing to implement the necessary policies to protect and support BC families, communities, and businesses, and taking actions that serve their own self-interest, such as holding an election in the middle of a pandemic, serving their own self-interest before the well-being of British Columbians. This government, I'm sorry to say, has failed our province and the people that they've all been elected to serve. Under this government, ICBC premiums have continued to skyrocket out of control. This government is promising reduced premiums and rebates, but their record speaks for itself. Under this government, the average premiums have gone from $1,550 to $1,900. The current rebate model negatively impacts young people disproportionately. I remember as a teenager way back when the NDP brought in the idea of ICBC, one of the pillars was to protect the youth from skyrocketing insurance premiums because they should not be penalized for an accident they may never have. This government has turned its back on that pillar, on its own idea. But no less, this government is patting themselves on the back, yet some people are receiving rebates of $1. The NDP have tied themselves to a 46-year-old state-run monopoly that's broke. It just doesn't work anymore, and it needs a serious overhaul. Commuters are spending hundreds of dollars on gas, and they are still waiting for the Premier to deliver on the gas price relief he promised almost 2 years ago. And that relief will actually help minimum wage earners who have to commute the most. Government has also forgotten to mention the cost overruns they're subjecting taxpayers to in their public infrastructure projects. The government wants to replace an already overrun capacity 4-lane Patalo Bridge with, wait for it, Mr. Speaker, another 4-lane bridge. 4 lanes for 4 lanes. It boggles my understanding as to how anyone could think that that's an appropriate improvement. Government will allow at least $100 million extra dollars going into the pocket of the Premier's union friends and insiders now that this project has been put on delay for another year. And delays mean increased costs. British Columbians living south of the Fraser need a safe, new replacement for the Massey Tunnel. It's now going to be another 10 years of being stuck in one of the largest traffic bottleneck boondoggles in BC in their commute. All because the work that was already done wasn't good enough. I was at the helm of a municipal government and inherited some of the previous work that'd been approved. It just does not make any sense to the taxpayers to turn your back on all that work when it was ready to go. Yet somehow this government insists that the Massey replacement continues to be a priority. I wonder if this government actually knows what the definition of a priority means. It's laughable and an insult to those who do understand what a priority means. Infrastructure has always been one of the driving forces of our economy. It creates thousands of jobs. It promotes urban and rural development, and it promotes immigration to British Columbia. It meets our growing population. It meets the needs of our growing population and demographics. There is no doubt that investment in infrastructure will be one of the driving forces of our post-pandemic economic recovery. But my concern is whether this is the right administration for the job to get things done. This government's job, this government's claim of record investments in infrastructure in their speech from the throne has only increased my concerns. This government has failed the province's infrastructure and blatantly ignored the detailed plans from previous administrations. Good money already spent. Nowhere is this failure more blatant, more apparent than on the promised Highway Number 1 expansion throughout the Fraser Valley. Under the BC Liberals, plans came from joint consultation with federal, with provincial, and municipal levels of government, as well as local stakeholders and First Nation groups. Everyone got together, everyone was on the same page, and everyone agreed it needed to be widened. There are now more families that are moving into the region and rely on Highway Number 1 to commute to and from the Fraser Valley. It has turned this mainstay of transportation into a commuting nightmare. And I have, Mr. Speaker, in front of me that in the throne speech, we are a gateway to Asia and major ports to North America. Highway Number 1 is one of the ways that we get goods to the rest of Canada. All that time costs money and adds frustration and expense to goods that are being imported or exported through this region. Commuters have had to battle bumper to bumper traffic and lengthy travel times along Highway 1 for years. This means that British Columbians are losing valuable time with their families while being forced to sit idling, frustrated in their vehicles. It's creating unnecessary pollution along one of the most congested roadways in the Lower Mainland. The previous BC Liberal government put plans in motion to address this problem years ago. I don't know, I was the mayor at the time of Abbotsford. We pledged to widen Highway Number 1 in the valley to 6 lanes between Langley and Abbotsford as part of its provincial transportation plan on BC on the Move. It was supposed to go widened all the way to Watkin Road in Abbotsford. Frustratingly, the pattern repeated itself when this new administration took over. Not just as they did with the Massey crossing, they put this on hold and canceled it. They abandoned this plan. Now here we are, 4 years later, and there has been virtually zero progress on this vital piece of infrastructure. There's been a few trees that have been taken down, but I've yet to see any machinery moving any dirt. And yes, this government has unveiled its own plan, but under the current timeline, the highway expansion is not due to be completed until 2025. As it stands, the current expansion is set to end, and this is what really gets me, half a kilometer short of the Langley exit at the interchange of 264th Street. Half a kilometer short. It should be going half a kilometer past at a minimum. It's a key component to the original plan to ease congestion. An ICBA report notes that in its current state, the 264th Street exit is the 5th most likely place in the Lower Mainland to get into an accident. The 5th. Yet we're not going to address it. We're going to stop half a kilometer short. I hope this government will actually fulfill their commitments to the people of the Fraser Valley and deliver on Highway Number 1 expansion, which has been ignored for far too long. Under 2 terms of this government, we're beginning to see a worrying trend of stripping away government transparency and accountability. Bill 10 was an example where the NDP recycled many of the fudged budget tactics we saw in the 1990s. And, I believe that transparency is vital to democracy, vital to good governance. Yet this government seems to be doing everything that it can to keep that information away from not only the opposition, but from what I hear, it's increasingly difficult to get an FOI, be it the press or an individual as well. Governments wrote themselves a blank check for $12 billion without first presenting a budget, a quarterly report, an up-to-date picture of the government's financial position, or any indication of how they intend to spend such an incredible sum of money, $12 billion. This government has also shown this trend on how it handles simple acts of transparency, such as FOI requests. For more than 3 years, this government has been embroiled in a legal battle to deny access to a simple list of files on the Premier's computer that should be publicly accessible through the Freedom of Information Act's Privacy Protection and Privacy Act. And it was rather simple. A screenshot would have done it. I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that my grandchild in elementary school probably knows how to do a screenshot. Government lawyers' attempt to block the information were overruled by the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. And even after the ruling, this government continued to obstruct access to the records and build the opposition caucus for 90 hours of labor, totaling $2,700. Mr. Speaker, I have the throne speech in front of me, and as was mentioned, there are some interesting things within the throne speech. Young people have missed out on work opportunities and vital connections. That was mentioned in the throne speech, and it is true and 100% accurate. They are frustrated and they need some help. Mr. Speaker, noting the time, I would reserve the right to continue.
The member, you could continue. We go till 6:30 today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. So within this, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for this government, what they've done is they've said, trust me, trust us, we can get this done. Trust us. The time for, I believe, trust me has long since passed. The time for blaming it on the other guy has long since passed. This government is now in its second term. This government is the one that decided during a pandemic that they wanted to hold an election so that they could put politics behind them. During the throne speech, I think British Columbians were looking for a plan and they were expecting one on the throne speech. And sadly, I don't know that happened. From my recollection, this plan appears to have is an old plan that had the dust blown off it with a couple of little tidbits added. It really wasn't that much new. There's no mention of support for people and businesses today as the third wave of this pandemic continues to crest. The promises of childcare and mental health are not new. They just were promises that never got around to being fulfilled in the last few years. What's missing is a plan for people to help recover from this pandemic. British Columbians were looking for hope. British Columbians were looking for hope. COVID cases continue to surge, and 53% of British Columbians are approximately $200 away from being unable to pay their bills. Even those in the United States are better off than we are. They wanted a clear framework. People of this province wanted a clear framework on how we were going to get through this. And what we got was an old, reworked throne speech with the dust blown off, and we got a few aspirational slogans. What was missing, in my opinion, and the opinion of others, is there was no mention of Surrey portables. There was the $400 renter's rebate or the promise of 114,000 new affordable homes. There was definitely no mention of strata insurance rates. That's a crisis, and it continues to devastate people across this province. And it will continue to get worse, because I can tell you that in Abbotsford, strata by far is the type of housing that's being built. There's no real plan for the environment, it was mentioned, or addressing the missing 25% of emission reductions not included in the Clean BC plan. The only time that youth are mentioned, other than what was mentioned previously, is young people have missed out on work opportunity and vital social connections. And, you know, I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to talk about youth and mental health. I feel for the youth right now. They're missing out on badly needed social interactions. They are at the end of their rope, many of them. It's touched my family, Mr. Speaker, because every year my granddaughter remembers one of her very dear friends who took her life. We need to help those with mental health issues, with those that are struggling through this. Yet I'm told it's a 55-day wait before you can get an appointment with someone to help you with those issues. That's an eternity for some of our youth. It's too long. And it will, I think for many of them, just the help won't be there when they need it. We need to work on that, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have all been affected by this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. But by far, other than those in long-term care homes, they paid the ultimate price. Small businesses are being hurt by this pandemic. Small businesses, you know, when I was the mayor, it was not lost on me that small businesses are the backbone of the economy. And the numbers range, but they are by far the major economic driver of any community. $1 spent in a small business, I was told, I believe it was at a Chamber of Commerce meeting, that it has the impact of 6 times what would happen if you spend it in a big box store, for instance. And I've got nothing against big box stores. But I know that small businesses are the backbone of this economy, Mr. Speaker. And there was little in this budget for small businesses. We've had a program of bungling, getting grants to small businesses. They've had to work hard to protect their clients. They've had to work hard to protect their workers at a huge expense and toll. Not to mention, they don't know whether they're going to be able to hang on. There's a few businesses that are already gone in my town. And I'm sure there are small businesses that are gone in other towns. And then when it comes to this government talked about increasing broadband and cell phones, and I agree wholeheartedly. There is going to be a change where people are going to realize that, as was mentioned, that employers will now be able to have people work from home, and they will be moving to every corner of this province to find affordable housing and find a lifestyle that suits them. And this government pats itself on the back that they plan to add hundreds of kilometers of cell coverage on BC highways when thousands are needed. Internet broadband, now more than ever, is of huge concern to rural communities. Excuse me. It's of huge concern, yet it does not seem to be on the front burner at all. We have to help those that want to move into more remote communities, that are looking for affordable housing, that have realized that they can do their job from anywhere. And I fear that if we do not provide it here in British Columbia, that they'll move to other provinces, farther away from families, farther away from loved ones, just simply because we don't have the broadband and the cell phone coverage that's needed and necessary. I take a look in this, you know, throne speech, Mr. Speaker, and it says that small businesses are vital to our local economies and communities, yet it seems to me they've been left out, that the door has been closed for many of them, for those in the tourism, for those of them that are in other industries, in the restaurant business, you know, and I know that we are in tough times, but to give people a few hours notice when they have thousands and thousands of dollars of food and coolers that is just going to go to waste, I think we can do better, Mr. Speaker. I take a look that we are going to look at our forest practices, and I welcome that. But I wonder whether or not there's going to be any true consultation done to the Forest Act and the Range Practices Act to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We can't, you know, I hope they get more notice than some of the restaurants got that they had to close their doors and in a moment's notice. You know, and I, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this throne speech, it says a lot of nice things, but there's an awful lot that's missing as well. I think we can do much better than what I find in this throne speech. What's in there doesn't bother me near as much as what I don't see in there. And as opposition, Mr. Speaker, it is our job to point out to the government areas of shortcomings that we see. And I hope that this government, as the previous speaker said, we're all in this together. And now during a pandemic more than ever, I believe that this government truly wants to help British Columbians. That's why all of us get into politics, is to do what we think is best by the people that elected us. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to hopefully having some influence on some of the policy that goes through. And I hope that there truly is, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, a desire to collaborate, desire to do right by those that elected us and got us here. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone for their time. I want to thank you for allowing me to share a few of my views with regards to this budget, what's there and what's missing. And I look forward to not only seeing the #1 freeway widened all the way to Chilliwack within the very near future, but finding a way for rapid transit to get up through the valley. You know, the world doesn't stop in Langley. It keeps on going. There's a whole beautiful province that continues up that beautiful valley. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for North Vancouver, Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to open by thanking the Lieutenant Governor for her articulate, thoughtful and comprehensive outline of the many things that are important to the people of this province. She reminds all of us that we have ongoing work to do toward a British Columbia that is resilient, inclusive, and strong, with a safe and secure home, job, and environment for everyone. I'd like to also acknowledge that when I'm at the Legislature, I work on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, now known as the Songhees and the Esquimalt First Nations. I would also like to acknowledge the Métis Chartered community of Greater Victoria. When I'm in my riding, I work and learn on the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. Many of my conversations with constituents have alluded to the collaborative work that is being done, particularly in the areas of environmental stewardship. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge the cultural celebrations of our communities across the province and thank everyone for celebrating safely at home in these hard times. Happy Vaisakhi and Ramadan Mubarak. Again, I want to thank my constituents and businesses in my riding for their continued support and putting their trust in me to represent and advocate on their behalf. And of course, thank you to Eli Mallon and Michael Sharwa, my hard-working constituent assistants, who have redefined working from home and have ensured that I'm accessible and knowledgeable about the issues that are important to those I have had the honor to meet. I also want to thank my husband, Rick, my 2 daughters, Lindsay and Nicole, both of whom are voting age, and the rest of my family for their ongoing support. And a last bit, thanks to Kayla, Rachel, and Anion, who are our interns who helped me put this response together. COVID has ruled our lives for the last year and a half. Ever since we got those first signals out of China that something was terribly wrong, and we started noticing things changing. It hit home for me on March 17th of last year, St. Patrick's Day. However, I normally celebrate St. Patrick's Day by going to the Welshmen's concert. They do the Celtic Festival. They have a marvelous concert in one of our downtown cathedrals. It was cancelled. They never cancel. The Welshmen never cancel anything. However, it was cancelled. Adding insult to injury, my gym closed. Excuse me. And then the library closed. And all of a sudden it was very, very real. Our community was being impacted, and all around us, our communities were all being impacted. And slowly and surely, it spread out. For a while there, we felt comfortable and calm that other parts of BC were okay. They weren't as subject to the things that were coming into other areas. However, that dissolved fairly quickly. In my area, Lynn Valley Care Centre was ground zero. That's where we had the first COVID in a facility. That's where we had the first deaths. That's where we had to learn very, very quickly, what do we do to reduce the transmission as much as possible with our most vulnerable people? And we did learn. We figured out that we had to support our frontline workers not to work in multiple facilities. And in order to do that, we had to equalize their pay so they didn't have to work 3 jobs in order to be able to support their families. We had to look at getting rapid response teams established that could go out to facilities when an exposure was acknowledged and found, so that there was a team of people who knew what to do right away and knew what supplies they needed and knew and could teach. I don't know how many times as a nurse in Lionsgate Hospital I was taught how to don my PPE and take my PPE off again so that it was safe for me and safe for everybody else. And still, even though we all had those lessons and we all put our PPE on, we still had people getting sick. We still had frontline workers, nurses, doctors that were exposed and became sick. We had families that were separated from their elders. All of a sudden the care facility said, nope, nobody's coming in. There were people that were used to going in every morning and every lunchtime and every supper to feed their mother or feed their spouse. How was that going to happen? Everybody knew there was shortages of care providers. How was all this work going to happen? Well, it happened. That care continued to happen, but the families were devastated. We had kids at home because school was closed. I can tell you something, had school been closed when my children were small, they may not have made it to graduation, because we as a family can't all be under the same roof for extended periods of time. And I feel like other families have the same issues. Having the kids at home, for some parents, it made it so they couldn't work at home. They were trying to homeschool their kids. They were trying to make sure their kids got activities only with them because their sports were gone. It was really, really difficult. However, slowly but surely, plans came into place. We started to figure out how to try to manage various parts of this. Money began to flow, orders came out, guidelines came down, and we started to move forward, and we started to manage the pandemic. And we went through the first wave. And we went through the second wave. And now we're in the third wave, and we are managing. There are many, many things to do, but we continue to manage in a lot of ways. We still have people that are going out and getting groceries for their neighbors because their neighbors can't get out. We had Halloween last year with all sorts of marvelous devices to deliver candy that was safe and COVID-free. And we've still got people doing ingenious things to make sure that safety is maintained. We have drive-through graduations, drive-through retirements, birthdays, toy drives, so that people can continue to celebrate and continue to feel like part of the community. However, they do it in a way that is safe for themselves and others. I, like many others, thank the frontline healthcare workers and the frontline workers of many sorts. We have our dentists who have kept doing what they do in spite of the fact that they are right in the face of their patients. They have figured out how to make it safe for themselves and their patients. They are at high risk. We have all sorts of other people that are exposed over and over to many people, our grocery providers, our restaurateurs. All these people have worked out plans to keep themselves safe and to keep our communities going in a whole variety of ways. And to them I say thank you. To our frontline healthcare workers, oh my goodness, yes. The work that has been done and continues to be done, what many people don't necessarily understand is all those frontline workers were busy before COVID struck. They were busy doing many things to care for the health of our communities. And now, not only are they doing the health of our communities, but they are contact tracing, they are testing, they are giving vaccinations, they are providing care to people who are sick in a way we've never seen before. COVID does different things to people. We're still learning how to manage the effects of COVID and the after effects of COVID. And those people on the front lines in the healthcare system are doing that work day in and day out. I also say thank you to those who stand in the leadership roles, who are gathering information, looking at data, looking at the science, contacting and speaking to their colleagues around the world, and helping to make those hard decisions about what to do to support our province. And again, I refer to the things that we've heard, that our province is actually, relative to so many places, our province is doing well. We can always do better, yes. However, relative to many places that is dealing with COVID, we are doing well. I say thank you to Dr. Henry and Minister Dix for their unwavering commitment to the people of British Columbia.
Member, not using the real names in the speech.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve my right, or my place, excuse me, to continue the debate at next sitting, and I move adjournment of the debate.
Okay. Members, you heard the motion. Those who are participating remotely, have your cards ready. You heard the motion. All those in favor of adjournment of the debate, please indicate aye. Those who oppose, indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
I move the House now adjourned.
Members, again, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.